Wawanui, everyone. Welcome to this next episode of From the Field. I'm going to invite with me right away dear Huna Vaharina from Germany. Here she is. Wawanui! So happy to be here with you. Yes, Huna Vaharina and we arrived both at the same day in Glastonbury. So today's episode, we will share on all the work that we did on the journey that I had planned for the return of the sacred stone. And then, of course, other things started to come in with that. One being the cracking at Stonehenge, and also some work around the wells and Glastonbury. And then, yeah, as soon as we arrived, and already for you, Vaharina, on your journey, so much more came into that, right? Also, I want to welcome everyone who is with us live, and of course, everyone who is catching the replay on this. So grateful for all of you to be with us, for you tuning in, for you sharing these moments and frequencies. And yeah, I would love for Joyce to just kick off this sharing with her. Maybe sharing a little bit on how her journey was to Glastonbury, because everything kind of kicked off strong, right?
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, nice that we can be here tonight. And from me, also a deep, blissful welcome to everyone who's listening and who is here with us. So, yeah, it was very funny. So, we we talked about Glastonbury long time ago, and I told you, no, I cannot come. I have so many things to do. So, and at least all the so many things, they just went off. Yeah, they haven't been anymore in our reality. So, and I really felt the deep, deep call to come to Glastonbury in form, because formless, I've always been there since I was a little child. And I didn't know even that this was the tour, that this was a way of procession around the hill up to the tour. So, but I was dreaming always about this. And later, when I started to read The Mists of Avalon, I was about 11 years old. I understood what my visions had been. So, and more, I came back with to my lineages from my father's side, from my mother's side, and from the ancient ancestors. And I always could feel that I have to be in Glastonbury in a time. And now this year it was the time. So, and it was really funny. I just booked the ticket. I didn't know until then where to sleep. I mean, we talked about that we can sleep together in one room, but yeah, both of us, we didn't have a accommodation until now, until then.
No.
Yes, it took time until we booked. So, and for me, it was just clear, I have to go there. I have to reactivate consciously in person. Um, yeah, the ancient memories inside of me. I have to do the cleansings there. We have to do their conscious reactivations with the water, with the roots. You know that I work so many years with the roots, and I had been on native land like last year, and I was working very deep with dragon eggs and dragons and the roots. So actually this everything was just the preparation for Glastonbury. So, and for me, always I bring with my intentions, I bring back love, peace, and healing consciously into the roots. So from here, everything can grow, everything can blossom.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really funny. Like even when I started to pack my luggage, do you remember this funny for my eyes, this makeup stuff? The evil, what was it? The evil
queen.
The evil queen.
From the Disney movies, Snow White. And the interesting thing is that Snow White, the what do they call it, like when it's played with real people, that movie just came out exactly around that time, right?
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
So, and the different names of the makeup, what was there inside the eye makeup, yeah, the eye shadows. So it was, for example, poison. It was mirror. It was what
Envy, stuff like that.
envy.
Yeah.
I can get it soon. It's around the corner. So and I had this in my hands, and I was like, okay, that's funny that I want to take this with me. And I said, okay, I will just take it with me. So when I was at the train station to go to the airport, the train had about 50 minutes delay. And I was like, no, I have to go to Glastonbury. So the call is there. I have to go there. And I took a taxi, and the taxi cost me like really exactly 100 euro. So it was the 100. So, and then the first things which I bought at the airport, it was like, kind of protein bar and a tea. That was 10 euro. And I was like, okay, so everything is starting to moving already. Yeah. So, and when I landed in Stansted and I picked the bus, I drove through London and I saw this statue from the St. George and how he killed the last dragon. And I was there like, okay, what is this? And I had to make a little research about this statue because at first I didn't know what it was. So then it came out that this was like the last, was heißt nochmal Ritter?
Knight, the last knight.
The last knight who was killing the last dragon in the UK. And then from that moment, all the revelations started. Like I could see what I have to do in this evening, what we have to do. We have to go up to the tour. We have to reactivate consciously all the dragon eggs, not only at the tour, as well all over Mother Earth, because I made this preparation the year before in Petrified Forest, where I was with about 200 hidden dragon eggs. And yeah, I started to activate them there. And now it was like, we have to bring everything together. We have to reconnect all these different places consciously, and we have to cleanse the illusions about dragons, the dark negative energies which were put on dragons, and to bring back the balance. That was just this what I knew in that moment. What
Yeah.
happened then later? Everything came together.
Yeah. And the interesting thing was during the time that you were driving in the bus, I was already I already had arrived in Glastonbury. So I was a few hours ahead of you. And I was walking up the tour with a lovely friend, India, who had picked me up, and she drove with me to Glastonbury. And and for me, it was not my first time in Glastonbury, right? But it was already a few years past. So I have changed so much. My awareness had so much expanded from the first like tour Burning Mask and in 2022 to now. And I tell you, as soon as I leveled with the tour, my stomach just twisted,
Yeah.
and I felt nauseated. And I'm like, okay. And we maybe just spend a few, like maybe 10, 15 minutes there. And then we walked back down. And as soon as I walked down, I'm like, I think I'm going to be back here tonight. And then you texted me around the same time, like, oh, we have some work to do. And I'm like, at the tour. And you're like, yes. And so we walked up to the tour. And I think, yeah, the first image that I have is actually from us up there on the tour.
Oh no, please
Yeah.
remember when I arrived in Glastonbury, I was already far away. Do you remember this? I was just like, put the things everywhere,
Yeah.
and then I just changed my clothes, my dress, my earrings, and I was just, like,
You were pulled.
I
You
was
were
so
pulled in right
focused.
away.
I
Yeah, you
was so
were.
focused. And I
Yeah.
told you we have to work with all the elements. And I told you we need blood. Do you remember? I
Oh,
said we need
yeah.
blood and water and Kotahara. So, and when we started to walk up to the tour, what was happening there on the main street in
Oh, that's true.
Glastonbury, this
I totally
woman,
forgot about that.
yes, there was a woman crying and shouting. And, like when I'm in this state of being, actually, I'm always like that, but, like really when I'm in this state of, absolutely focused, and I'm in my ceremony and my rituals already, and I see everything. When something like this happened, I mean, this woman, she was bleeding here. There was a big cut in her hand, inside her left hand.
And there
Yes,
was blood all over the street.
all over the street. So we had our blood,
Yeah.
so we needed the blood for the reactivation, like to bring the human being and like the form and the formless together. And we need actually the blood from a woman, and there she was. And that was very interesting. She was a kind of this distortion, actually, because she is really in self-destruction. She's like, she lost a lot of her female aura, from her female energy. She's like really this male kind woman, but she was screaming and she had so much pain. And for me, it was just like, we only have to go there. We have to bring our light to this field where she was screaming, and where the blood was bleeding from her hand. And we only have to be there, have to bring our light there, have to share some words, have to give a little help. I mean, there had been anyway enough people in that moment, and police came and ambulance. So, but it was important that we step into this field of distortion, and to bring the beauty and love of the intentions from our true divine heart directly to this place, so that we could change the energy of the blood, which will go into the roots directly, just with our presence and our intentions. And that was the one thing And do you remember we met then this other man who gave to you some
Oh yeah,
incense?
the other man that I had already met before I picked you up at the bus station. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was the same. Yeah, the same moment where you said, "Oh, he's the element of earth." I remember that. Mm.
Yeah. And then I told you the element air, we will meet the element air at the tour. I told
Yeah,
you
yeah,
element air will be there. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. And it was so beautiful because we walked up there and we just started doing our things. I remember that I brought a few things that I felt like I needed to gift. So I was working around the tour, and you were pulled in right away inside the tour, and you started your chanting and yeah, doing work right in there. And and yeah, you also told me afterwards that there were the doves that were where you felt that they were pooping on you, right? But for some reason, you felt like you had to work with that, and you were just focusing in on this spot. And I was setting up a little kawa on this. What do they call it? Like when you have the directions, like a compass, but not a compass. It's called different, but I don't know the English word. I was setting up a kawa there, and there were other people that were sharing their energies there as well, and gifting kotahara and doing things. And then, yeah, we just came in contact with people. And this one person was this beautiful soul that then told you about the dragon egg, right? Next to the
right,
tour. And then you told me about that. And he wanted to show us the stone egg. And I was like, yeah, let's go for that. And then I'm like, yeah, but are we going to come back up here? And you said, no, I don't feel so. And then I'm like, well, then we still have something to do. And all of a sudden, I was stepping exactly on the same spot where you were doing the work before. And I started logging in. You were behind me, right? Because I couldn't see, but you were behind me. I did the login. And then at some point, I don't even remember exactly when, but at some point, Waharina just behind me shouts, cracking now. And I'm like, just um, like, I don't know, hammering my Toko Toko dragon stuff into the ground. And I started shouting the 3 T's and other codes. I went into the Karakia, and I was also, yeah, doing some other things that I don't even remember. But in that moment, the people were just drawn in, and they started looking inside, like, what was it that you were doing? It was such a brief, but such a powerful moment. And we just delivered. And then we were like, okay, let's go see the dragon egg. Not even fully aware of what it was that we just did. We only realized that in the time progressing, right? And
exactly. What I can also share is when I was doing how I always call it my magic there before you, and they're down on the floor with yeah the gift from the doves and all the kotahara and all the codes which I weave into the ground. They're in the center of the tour. I could see like a big tunnel system below the tour. I could see really that, you know, like the roots from all over the earth, they are all connected with each other. And I really could see tunnels below the tour, and that they are going into different directions all over. And like one tunnel, this is what I could also see, one tunnel went directly like to the reflection of the tour. Do you remember this? I don't know if it was the same day, but I said to you, do you see the hill on the other side? I think this is Avalon. This is what I said to you.
Yeah,
So
I remember.
it was for me like when I was doing my magic there, it was really to see all the different connections, but through a deep, deep, big tunnel system below the tour. So this is why the cracking, I mean, I didn't think about this
No,
when I
no.
said to you cracking now. It was just like, it was, I don't know
Coming
how
through.
many millions of ancestors were talking to me in that moment. It was just like I really could feel it, that this was the moment to open the dimensions, and this is what we did.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is also, and I told you about this, that a few weeks before I was having a conversation to another dear Huna friend in the Netherlands, and we were talking about a specific topic, and she said to me, "You just need to do this. Don't you have like a dragon thingy? You just need to do this." And I already knew that there would be a moment where I would do this, right? But I was not thinking it to be right there in the center of the tour. So for me, it held like multiple dimensions of meaning, that moment, and it still does to this day. But the interesting thing was also, we then went back, we went down to the Dragon Egg, and we'll share about that in a moment. But after that, we still came back up to see the sunset.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I could hear one couple walking through the tour, and they said, the woman said to her boyfriend or husband or her partner, she said, "Whoa, we just walked through a portal."
Yeah.
And then there were the other men at the end of the evening. They were indulging or engaging in a conversation, and they were looking down at the tour, and they said, "There's stairs down there." And I was like drawn in by the conversation, asking them, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "We feel there's stairs down there." And then I heard myself saying, without, it just came out, it just flew out of my mouth, "Yeah, there's tunnels underneath."
Yeah.
And so this was very, very interesting. And the beautiful thing was also, you said we need to do dragon egg activations, and then this beautiful soul shows up. I totally forgot to include the image of the three of us in this sharing, but he showed up wanting to show us this dragon egg next to the tour. Maybe this is now the moment where we can share the two images that I included in the screen sharing from this evening.
Yeah.
One was just an image from the sunset, where we could see already the mists moving in. This was right after we came back from the Dragon Egg. And all of a sudden, from exactly that direction where you said, this is the reflection of the hill, the mists started to move in. And then the next picture, the next image, is an image of the Dragon Egg. This is actually from the next day, but there you can still see the leftovers of the beautiful activational ceremony that Vaharina gave to this beautiful stone. She drew some key geometries, I would say, call them key geometries on the stone, and doing some gifting of the dragon's blood. And then she was singing to the stone. It was really beautiful, that moment, so powerful.
And it was so nice. Do you remember, before we went to Glastonbury, you said to me, you feel that we need a key, and you have so many keys here in Germany, and you asked me, do you need to bring the keys with you?
Yeah, no, it was just, I knew that there would be a I was really feeling that there would be a physical key needed, and I was seeing the key. But still, because I was packing and I had to pack so lightly, and you know how big my fucking grandmother key chain is. I mean, I'm speaking about maybe 60 keys that I have on my sacred keychain, and this is a physical thing, meaning it is damn heavy. I could not pack it. And for some reason, I felt like, I would see this actual key, and I'm like, do I need to bring anything of this? And you said, no, everything is in the UK. which turned out to be exactly what it was, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so that was really, really interesting. Yeah, what we are seeing here right now is images from the next day,
Yeah,
which
this
is
is not the dragon.
this is another dragon egg that
Yeah,
we
but not this
visited.
one.
There, we visited that at the Abbey, right?
Yeah,
Is there
exactly.
anything that you want to share from your, yeah, just pause this, Tamaki, thank you. Is there anything that you feel is necessary to share from your visit to, what was it, Windsor?
To
Called Windsor?
Windsor
Not
Castle.
not Windsor, but the other town that you visited on that day.
Who? Where had I been?
To this chapel, you remember?
Was it on that day?
Yeah, because I had the meeting with Dawn on the next day
Oh,
after.
oh, yeah, yeah. But that was the next day. That was not
Yeah,
on
yeah.
that.
No, no,
No,
no. I mean, you know, when we did, or when you did the Dragon Egg activation, after that we went up to the tour and we just enjoyed the sunset, right? And then we came down and we were getting some Indian food from a place that was still serving us food, even though it was after 10 already,
exactly,
which
exactly.
was such a blessing.
Absolutely.
And
And
then the next day, you had, oh, sorry, yeah,
yeah, I'm still so grateful for this, yeah, for the element air, this beautiful, beautiful soul, which showed us the dragon egg in Glastonbury there at the tour,
yeah,
because this is just like only locals actually have this information, because you know the way down to the dragon egg, it's down through nettles and it's not easy to go down there.
no,
And he was really the air, the air was talking to us. He was like, if you can imagine a human being who's really high frequented, you know, just, you know, it's like, you know, when I touched this person, when I embraced him, it was really like, it was not a body. You know, he was so soft, he was so clear and pure. He
such
was
a very, very
awesome.
gentle soul. Yes, yes. And then, yeah, we also had the gift of receiving food, and then we had some beautiful rest. And the next day, I was off for my meeting with Dawn, and you had already felt to do some work or to visit this city next, like to drive somewhere. And after that, we rejoined and we had plans of visiting the Abbey because our dear, lovely Huna, what was it again? I forgot her essence now. But there was a dear, lovely Huna that had shared about this so called X stone. For some reason, when I called, like when I shared in the Word Bridges group about the intentions of our journey and speaking about the harmonization of the two waters, she texted me and she said she felt such deep resonance. And then I don't even remember exactly how, but she shared about this stone. And as you know, when I saw it, I'm like, okay, interesting. I might do some research. And then it ended up to be right there in Glastonbury at the Abbey. And it was so interesting because I never had visited the Abbey. It just never really pulled me in. Like there was never a draw for me to go to the Abbey. And you actually had the same feeling, like,
Oh,
yeah, the Abbey is okay, but it's like not the thing that I would have to visit. Like that doesn't pull me in the most. And so we felt like, okay, we're going to go there on that afternoon. And then we did another beautiful activation around that stone. Um, and also you tuned into the energy of King Arthur. That was also something that was pulling, like connecting to you, right?
yeah.
Um, Yeah, and that was really lovely. Tamake, if you feel like it, we can share some of the videos here, maybe with the volume up, because then we can hear the lovely voice of Arina. Yeah. And remember, this was the day that I returned the sacred stone, right?
Exactly.
You remember what I said to you when we saw the stone right away?
No.
I asked you, what does this shape that this hole on top of the stone is, what does it look like to you? And then you said, it looks like a heart. And then you moved over to the other side of the stone. And then you said, it looks like the Odin stone. Because I immediately saw the shape of the Odin stone. And I'm like, what?
Oh,
And imagine.
We slept with the stone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Like it was, we put the stone between
And then
us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we put the stone between us, and it was like, when I lay down and I closed my eyes and I put my hands like a baby on the stone, and I just touched the stone, and I could sleep so deep and so nice. That was such a wonderful sleep. I just remember this as well.
Yeah. And then, yeah, for me, it was just like, what? Now I don't actually have the chance to, oh, hi, there, little tiger. I don't have the chance to place it here. But fast forwarding to yesterday, it got placed there. And we're going to share that image in the end. It's incredible. Like for me, it's just mind blowing. This is not a coincidence.
No.
This is not a coincidence. And so, yeah, this was a beautiful moment that we shared at the Abbey, and where we did more activation of the ancient dragon eggs. And on the next day, we had plans to go to the Chalice wells, right? Because one of the other things that I had also told you already in our previous conversations was that since January, I had this vision of the white spring coming in, and the spring was calling for an ancient song. And I was wondering, like, what is it with these wells? What is it with the waters? And then I came across a sharing of Mauta in some of his lives where he I was rewatching the interview that he had with Aaron Lyons because of the sharing that he did there on the story of the sacred stone. And I wanted to just refresh my memory of the proverb and all of that. And in that sharing, he also shares what the Wairua means. And he was like, Wairua, the two waters. And in that moment, it like the penny dropped. And I'm like, oh, we are coming there to harmonize the two waters. And so this was our goal for the next day, which was the 19th, and also the day where other Hunas would join in. And on that day, we went to the Chalice Well Gardens first to do a ceremony around the well, because in the weeks previous, I also had more energies coming in regards to the mirror realms. There was a beautiful reading that I did together with Huna Marari, and in that reading, the mirror realms came in such a strong way. And also through the work that I had done in my program connected to the 3 moon procession and the Sundance, I had learned more about the mirror realms and the we can call it like an inversion effect, but it's more like the twist to the whole story, right? That the reflection is not always exactly what it seems. And so there was something for us to undo at the well in the Chalice Well Peace Garden, connected to the ancient sisterhoods, not only sisterhoods, but community, we can say. But in that case, it was specifically connected to the sisterhood And so, yes, we came in there. Do you want you pick up the sharing from there and share about what happened when we arrived there and started setting up the kawa?
Yeah, before, I mean, already the way to the garden, I told you we need some
Flowers.
flower petals.
Mm.
So, and we started to pick from everywhere some petals, which we found there, because what, from my experience, is actually we never need anything, because everything is always around us. Everything what we need, what we naturally need, is always with us, because we tune in with the energy of the divine universe and the divine mother, like Mother Earth. So, and we will get everything what we need from there. We don't have to bring anything, because everything is there, and we will, yeah, we will always be gifted for everything what we need for any rituals or ceremonies. So we even had a bag to put the petals there inside. So, and like when we arrived there at the well, I felt directly that it's not the source what needs healing. It's not the source what needs to be cleansed. It's a well by itself. It's the water. It is what the people put into the water, the intentions, what they put into the water. It was about all the dark manipulations on the ground of the soil where the water is flowing, like all the different energy fields with just negative frequencies, very low frequency. So, and here we have exactly the evil queen, yeah, with all the poison, with the envy, jealousy,
Yeah,
hate.
the mirror on the wall kind of thing, like mirror on the wall, who's the
Exactly,
prettiest of them all, right? The
exactly.
competition energies and all of that.
Comparing, competition.
Yeah. And
Uh,
I mean, with these intentions, what I learned from my course, because this is where we, like in this program, we work very closely with the energies of intention and reflection, because of course they create a continuum, right? Some people are sometimes not 100% aware of where their intentions truly come from. So maybe the words that they are speaking are seemingly a very beautiful intention, but sometimes the energy, the frequency doesn't match, because the intention is something that can be like sometimes shared through the words. Like it's an energy. It's not necessarily the words that are being spoken. It's what is behind the words that speaks the intention, right? And so this is where also just a lack of awareness sometimes causes distortion. And this is where it's so important that we are now in this time becoming more and more transparent to ourselves, right?
exactly.
And yeah, so this was all in the space when we were starting the ceremony, like in our awareness that this was why we were showing up there. And then it was so beautiful. We were starting to place the diamond geometry. We said, oh, let's place this diamond geometry around the well. And we started putting down some leaves and the flowers. And then all of a sudden, I remember seeing her walk up from around, like on off the corner of my eye. All of a sudden, this really beautiful girl just walks up with curiosity in her eyes, like looking at what it is that we're doing. And you started talking to her, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, that was the innocence of the child. And of course, we needed the purity and the innocence of a child. So, and there she was, so the
Yeah.
divine universe gave to us here again everything what we needed to do the higher service for everyone, everything, everywhere.
Yeah.
And the divine mother was there with the innocent child. So that was just
The
beautiful.
divine godmother, I want to remember,
The
because
divine
this was
godmother.
even, for me, this was even more synchronistic. It was not the physical mother that was showing up. No, it was her sister that the
Exactly.
mother trusted with her child.
Exactly.
So the amount of healing they brought into the space with their just aware with their pure presence, just being there, and then the child helping us after you invited her to help us setting up the kawa. The child was placing the flowers, right? And that was so precious to witness. And I remember the feeling inside my body, how I was just becoming joyful, because we knew right away when she walked up what is taking place, right?
Absolutely. And I don't know if I said this to you as well, why I pick up, or why I said we have to take the diamond geometric, because
First love, right?
this is like, from when I received the revelation of the Coro protocol after my seal. So, and when I received this big channeling, I didn't only receive the words of like the building up of Mahakawatahi, what the Coro protocol is. I also received all the geometrics for Ma, for Ha, and all the codes. So, and from this, actually everything is all the time one, like one moment, the first light. It's the nothing in the everything, and everything in the nothing. So, but for our human mind, we need details to understand. So this is why we got the Mahakawatahi, to have a better possibility to understand how everything is built up. And like,
just the dimensions, right, of the one
exactly.
moment. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dimensions in one moment, and actually there are no dimensions. This
I
is the funny
know.
thing.
It's
So
just for our human mind so that we can
exactly.
comprehend it somehow.
So, and like from this building up, what I received so many years now ago, the diamond represents, even in our human body, the first love, like the basement of the divine universe, the first love. And this energy field, this diamond, is not like a spiral, for example. It's a diamond. So that means the energy, when the energy inside the diamond start to vibrate, it's not like that we see frequencies in spirits are coming up. It's like the frequencies from this energy field goes into all directions, just really like boom, expanding. So, and the first love, it was so cool actually, that we've had the possibility to really set up the diamond, the first love, the image from the first love, the basement of the divine universe, and to put the well into the middle, where actually the first light is. So this is the middle,
And
is the first light. So,
what
and
also,
we put the distortion into the purity, and the purity into the distortion. So that was a so powerful setting up, actually.
It also reminds me of this question that Mauter would always share in his song. What is in the stone, right? The question that he would always ask, what is in the stone? And yeah, so it was truly powerful. And the young girl, she was with us for quite a moment, and then at some point she just disappeared. as more people were joining in,
Yes.
and we were inviting them into the circle, and you were sharing with them, we are going to hold a ceremony, you are invited to be with us. And so right there and then, we all of a sudden had a group of people with us, being present with us in this powerful moment of ceremony. Yes, this is where you can see the group of people. And on the left, this is an image from, it's actually a video. If you play it, Tamake, you can see how the water is dripping out from underneath that tree. You can see that tree right there to the right side of Waharina in the picture to the right. And this is where I looked at, and I'm like, this was like the spring, right? This was the source of the Chalice well water, and it was pure innocence. And then the well was right next there to it. And in the next frame, you can actually see a video of inside the well that's to the left. Yeah, you can mute that. And you can see even somehow how the energies are moving and morphing inside that water. And right, the image to the right is an image from later after the ceremony. And yeah, we did a really powerful ceremony. You opened up with such a lovely, beautiful speech and shared your ancient frequencies, your vocal frequencies. And yeah, for me, it was very interesting because I was standing a little bit further away from you and taking some images and videos. And then at some point you said, come here. And you took me in your arm, right? And all of a sudden I started to tear up. I had all of these emotions coming up, and I was like, what is going on? All these dragon tears while you were sharing your ancient song. And not only dragon tears, I could really feel sadness and pain coming up. You can stop screen sharing, Tamaki. And like I had all of these emotions coming up, and I was like, what is going on? And then as your song ended, I just started, did I cry even more? I don't remember when it was exactly when I burst into tears. But
at first you had been very calm, but
yeah,
calmness, the vibration of the energy field started already to grow. And then from 1 second to the other, that was very interesting. Everything was at first like, you know, so much beauty, so much love, and so calm and like meditative, you know, in a way. And then suddenly, you know, the scream came out of you.
Yeah, it was very interesting because I shared this in the sharing that I did on Sunday with Dawn. Dawn and I, we had been part of another ceremony, a circle of women, the day before, a dragon ritual where we were screaming actually. Yeah. And I could feel the energy. It was really as if the dragon was coming up, and all of a sudden I was walking around the well, right? I was no longer in your arm. As soon as you left, put down your arm, I was starting to walk around the well, and all of a sudden I was screaming into the well. And then there was even like another sound coming out of me. I don't even know where that came from. I know it was really as if my dragon was taking over. And it was the feeling of, I am showing you the reflection that the well was emanating towards me. I'm giving it back to you. I'm showing what it is that you are bringing in, right? What you're bringing into the water. And then after that, I sat down and I was again calm, and the tears still were running down my face. And I was looking inside to the well, and I started singing to the well. And yeah, it was really such a powerful moment. And I mean, it was just a few seconds that this other energy came through, but it somehow had to be it had to be revealed. That was the feeling that I had. It had to be revealed in that moment. And yeah, I remember saying that after that, it was the feeling as if this sound that came through was the revealing of the split tongue, not meaning that the split tongue is always a bad thing, but there is an aspect to that energy where it is, okay, you're saying one thing and then you are doing another. So almost like a frequency of hypocrisy, someone who is just not being what they say they are.
Yeah.
And so that was really interesting in terms of what it revealed. Was a very powerful moment, and it like really shook me. Like in my physical, I was like, whoa, what just happened? I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. And there also it started that all these, I say, low frequencies started to come out of the well. They came out. They really came out. And like, of course, they have to come out. They have to be seen. And sometimes we leave them until they can be transformed. So, and in that moment, I really could see how they all climbed out of the well. And it was like the moment where I could feel, ooh, now something more will start. It was really something what, I had to be so focused from that moment on. I could really feel I was not anymore allowed in any way to go out of the center of my divine heart, because if I would do so, like all these low frequencies could find a way to take over, maybe just for some hours, maybe just for some minutes, but they need our light, of course, because our light is enlightening them, and with this light they can go into the freedom. Yeah, they can be released, they can be transformed, but we have to see them, we have to talk about them, and some people, they do live them. So, and here already it started something what was all the time until probably until Windsor Castle, after Stonehenge, after Avery, what was there so deep in the field.
Yeah, because it was connected to that queen frequency, right? To that mirror.
Exactly.
And exposing those energies, because that's in a way what we did, exposing those energies. Of course, these energies will try to avoid that exposure. They will try everything to maintain the face that they had, maintain the mask, right? To fill in the cracks, but it was no longer possible. One thing that I also want to share is, even though this is happened the next day, one Huna, because we invited the Hunas, right, to log in for Stonehenge. One Huna, she shared from the States that she was walking towards this place, a water place as well, where she wanted to do the login. And she walked up there, and I think she called it a well as well. And as she walked up there were lots of women there. And she was like, okay. And she was inviting them in. And she said, maybe we can just do this together. And they sang, they shared their voices together. And she said it was such a magical moment. Everybody just let their voice be heard. And then she shared that after that, and she logged in and all of that, all of a sudden light came out of the well. So when I saw that, I was like, whoa, because only the day before we did this work at the Chalice well, right?
Exactly.
And yeah, and while we were there in the Chalice well garden, other Hunas started to meet up with us. And we also then, while other Hunas were coming together with us, we were doing work at the White Spring. And this was, for me, a very weird thing, because there was this moment I looked at my clock, it was 13:13, and the energies, the ancestor said, you need to go to the White Spring now. And you were still taking a few moments, so I walked in there by myself. And the two women that were at the door, I could feel how their energies were somehow off-put by me. It was also almost as if they were repelled by my energy. And I was like, okay, we're off to a good start here. So I was feeling a little bit, I don't know, and it was challenging. There was challenge and resistance in the field. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to walk in here. I'm going to try to find my spot where I can just share this song, which I don't even know what it is that I'm supposed to share. But I then started to set up just like a few things in the corner. There was this altar built up for the divine masculine energy, right? With the fill horns and all of that. And I sprinkled, I gave some gifts to the horns and all of that. And then I was like, okay, now I'm supposed to sing here. So I waited until the flute, because there was somebody playing the flute very beautifully. Until that stopped, I then started to sing. I shared the login first, and then I started to sing. I don't even remember the codes, but I remember that there was this one moment where I started sharing the Maita codes and then the Mauta codes. And as soon as I started sharing the Mauta codes, I could just feel an expansion in my heart, and I could feel an effect in the field. And I was there, oh, okay, I am announcing you. It was the feeling of, okay, I'm here to announce your return into the omnipresence, your being one with the Maita. So it's Maita and Mauta, right? They are a divine union. And so I shared these codes. I shared the codes for the child of light. And after that, I could feel already, like in my voice, I started to tear up because of the muki muki in the field and just me missing Mauta as well. And as soon as I was speaking, and I felt like nobody was giving a shit about what I was just sharing. Like nobody was paying any attention to me at all. And I was like, this is okay, I'm not there for the attention, but still the feeling was so weird, as if I was intrusive to the space. And then I shared, and all of a sudden there were two people sharing the same sound as a response. And there were two women that I had met the previous day in that beautiful circle with Dawn. And I was like, oh, wow. And they just gave me a hug. And I'm like, this was so difficult to do. And then the other Hunas came in just a few moments after I had completed. And then you came in and we went into the water and did even more work. Yeah. And I would like you to share on that one.
Yeah. So like, when I arrived to this place, I was like, holy pepperoni, because outside the White Spring, they are smoking the drugs, they are drinking their alcohol, they are like really in a state of self-destruction. I mean, all of them are very creative and beautiful souls, actually. But what they do with themselves as a human being, although so many of them are very conscious in a way, until yeah, so it's like a community kind of illusional community, because as long everyone is taking something, as long everyone is there in the same level of self-destruction, maybe doing music, smoking, drinking, everything is fine. But if you don't do it, you are like an outlaw, yeah, in a way. So that was very interesting for me to see, because I mean, I'm coming from this energy, I'm coming from this field, yeah, so that. So I'm like,
yeah, we all do in a way, right? Yeah, we all have experiences with these distortions, right?
Of course. So, but about my addiction I've had, so it was really interesting for me to arrive there, to see there the self-destruction, to know the white spring is like a representation of the divine male energy. Yeah, so also in the divine male energy, there is this extremely twist, of course. So, and when I went inside, for me everything was at first dark. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't expect anything. I only knew, oh, there is a door, I can go there inside. So I was there suddenly, and it was like the first place where I was drawn to was this altar with, for me it was like the divine deer king. Yeah, you
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of my
That was the place where I had sang before.
exactly,
Exactly. Yeah.
exactly. So one of my very deep spirit guides for so many years is the spirit deer. So, and for me it was like, I have to go there, I have to honor him, I have to just reconnect with him in person in this beautiful moment. So I went to there, I did what I have to do, and then I came back to you and I said, I like to go into this water there. And you said
Yeah.
to me, yeah, I had been there already. And I was like,
No, because before we said we would go together, and then I already undressed, and you were in the corner, and I was waiting, and I'm like, okay, I'm standing here naked, so I better go in. And so I came back out, and then but we still went back in together again, right? And then
exactly. And that was very beautiful, because when we stepped into the water, there was a really beautiful woman naked, and she was, I don't know, was she humming or praying? She was doing something. And I was like on the left side from her. And then it was like, I was again so focused that I could really, I was only feeling your energy on her other side, like both of us behind her in the background, me on the left and you on the right side. And it
yeah,
was,
you started singing, and you were in your channel, and I was at first at her right side, but then the divine grandmother came to the right, so I made space and I went behind the woman. And as we were in the water, there was a masculine drumming the whole time, and I could see that he was focused on the woman in the water, and I'm like, okay, he is her partner, and he was drumming while you were starting to sing, and behind the two of you, I was starting to weave the waters as the divine grandmother was there. So we had like, it was like the feeling of, we have the divine archetypes right here in the water. And you were sharing your ancient song as I was weaving the waters.
yeah,
It was really a precious moment.
well, it was not only, like, it's like the ancient songs are not like ancient songs. It's like the ancestors are singing through me. So, and when I sing, I see who is singing through me. So, and that was very powerful in the moment when I was standing there inside the water, like a beautiful, like how we can say, warrior king started to sing through me. And that was really pure divine male energy. I have never felt this purity before, this male purity. So, and when he was singing through me, it was really like reactivating. Do you remember this? All the men inside there in this cave of the White Spring, and it became so loud. All the men started to sing, to drum. I don't know, more drums came in actually. So until one of the keepers of the cave, they came, I think maybe to you or just look at us, and you touched me on my shoulder, so I could feel, okay, it's done now. It was really like to reactivate the purity and beauty of the divine male energy inside each of us, not only inside the man, inside each of us. So this is the same what we did with the divine female energy, to reactivate this consciously inside each of us. So yeah, to bring back the balance.
Yeah, very beautiful. It was such a precious moment, and in that moment already other Hunas were with us as well. And I would love for them to maybe join in with us at this point. Yeah, look here, we can share the group picture. These were the beautiful beings that came on the 19th to Glastonbury to just, reunite together, to share a moment together. Kawamanato and her friend Martin, Huna Hikayima, and Huna Manikai. And if they are ready, I would love to invite them onto the screen with us. Kawamanato, beautiful to have you. It was such a gift for you to come all the way from Cornwall to have a moment to share a meal. Such a gift for you to come all the way from Cornwall. Someone has not muted their YouTube. No, I think it's Manikai. It's all good. Yeah. So that was a beautiful moment where, right after we finished the ceremony at the well, right, more energies started to come and join the field of this work. And it was so precious to spend moments together. So I would love to hear from you, Felicity, how it was to be together in Glastonbury, how your feeling was at the Chalice well and also the White Spring.
Well, I've made some notes so I wouldn't forget things I wanted to honour. And first of all, I wanted to say how grateful I am for being able to be there by being driven up by my soul brother, Martin. We've journeyed together for over 18 months now in Gregorian time. From that time, he followed Marita's podcasts and appeared on one of them asking a lot of questions for about 5 minutes. He had hoped to get sealed, but that didn't come about. So as we drove, we connected in at a distance with the ceremony being performed at Chalice Well by Kahasahi and Waharina. Martin has fast-tracked his spiritual evolution and was very excited to meet other sealed Hunas, and especially Kahasahi and Manikai. He was really, really keen to meet Manikai, and Manikai lived up to his expectations. He felt hugely grateful to be present that day. He remained in the Chalicewell Gardens while Kahasahi went into the White Spring building. He was aware of the effects of her singing whilst she was inside. He could see the effects on people around him. The more awake they were, the more they seemed to be activated, less so with less awake people. And he loved listening to the discussions late afternoon and evening, and had a special connection with Manikai. So I felt my own role to be supporting Huna Kahasahi from a distance, as always, as we travelled, and by being fully present in my sealed essence, anchoring and bringing my Kuya energy to Kahasahi, and also to support Waharina, who I'd not met before to that point. Later worked with Manikai in the White Spring space. Manikai and I work very, very closely together and at a distance. I've supported him on missions. We're really quite telepathic at times. Before that, I had chance to connect with the Chalice well, just as the other two were finishing their work there. And then we went into the little nearby space where the mother and child statue are. So we were there, Martin, and well, he was with three Hunas, but also there was another lady there who needed to be there at that time. So that was really felt very, very important space and time. And with Manikai and I, we went into the White Spring building, and we spent quite a long time standing in the space that felt right. And Kahase came and joined us for a hug, and then she was followed by Waharina. And then he and I sat for a long time at the side and very much connecting, being aware of exchanges of keys and codes, connecting with divine masculine and feminine within each of us. We later joined the others, and Will turned up, Hima, and always appreciate his gentle wisdom. First met him at the same day I met Manikai in the Dragon Ride. He was on reception. And I was aware for days before, as well as on the day of in Glastonbury, of being really connected with Ems and Carl and Bethany and her daughter Jasmine, who are also from Cornwall, those two. We didn't meet together this time, as Martin and I had to return that evening. It felt as if Manikai was able to take my energy and Martin's forward to work at Stonehenge and Avery. And I feel very honoured and much gratitude for having the opportunity to have served with this SEAL team in the field, after having connected in to support with many missions. And I was able to find the right places to gift the crystals that I'd taken near the mother and child and behind the Chalice well tree, also near the yew tree nodal point, which is on the Michael line. So it was just wonderful to have the opportunity to be there, and I'm sure there'll be other opportunities to be on some kind of SEAL mission. So thank you so much for all of you for all that we shared. Wawanui.
Thank you again. It was really, as I've expressed many times before, such a beautiful moment to reconnect, as we had met before on the day of your seal. And it was so lovely to receive a hug from you after everything that happened and that transpired. It was truly such a healing moment for me as well, to just be reunited with Hunas, because yes, I have Vaharina with me, and we also shared a beautiful moment of coming together with Hunas in Germany. It's always a healing moment, right? Where we reunite and where we come together and where we continue this work, especially after Mumuja's passing. It was I could really feel how it was just gifting me with more strength, and yeah. And we also shared a beautiful meal and had just some time to chat and get to know one another even more, and to sit together in the spirit of the big guy, to just sit and eat and talk, right? That's what he enjoyed probably the most in this lifetime. Yeah, and I would love to invite Huna Manikai as well to share on maybe some of the things that you felt after you arrived in Glastonbury on that day.
Hi, Hunas. So,
Wow.
yeah, so it was, I was honoured to be able to come down. It was in the planning for some time, so I was sort of caught up with things up here in Yorkshire in England, and I did feel even up until the last minute that I might not be able to make it. But when I eventually got down to Glastonbury, it felt like a really necessary trip to connect with everyone, particularly obviously since January with Huna Flash's passing. I managed to get out to Mexico for the intended intensive, and that was a really helpful experience for me to sort of deal with closure. The experience and the feeling of actually sort of witnessing that location and doing some work there, it really felt like it needed to be grounded in Glastonbury, where it all started really for me, because I received my seal in Glastonbury. So when I got to Glastonbury, I'd planned to set up a tent just to stay overnight, because we'd be moving. I came to Glastonbury on the last day. I can't remember what day it was, but as soon as I pulled up in Glastonbury, Felicity Huna Kawa Manatau literally called me as I got out of the car. I just landed and received the phone call. We're in the Chalice Well Gardens, and I was like, crikey, this is intense. And as soon as I got to my pitch, there was a guy that I did not know who immediately came out of his tent and went, "Hi, welcome. We're here every year. Do you need some help putting your tent up?" And I said, "No, I'll be all right." And I literally started moving my tent around, and he says, "Yes, you need some help. I'm going to help you." And I was just like, wow, this is incredible. I mean, what a reception. I mean, to just arrive and immediately be called, like the place knew I was there, and then for someone just to stand forward and help me put my tent up. And yeah, so the whole thing just became magical as soon as I arrived. And I was camping right at the bottom, just underneath the tor, so it was immediately there. And I had done some work there prior in the other years, so some lovely starry sky. I was invited to go for sunrise in the morning, but I didn't feel that I'd be able to make that one. So I was really making the most of sunset. But it was incredible. I believe I said to Joyce, I says, for years I've been listening to your music, your recordings of the healing sounds that you've got available online, and I felt that I'd listened too much to it, maybe because I'd downloaded you into my car. It was just like it was pretty intense. So, and Kahasahi, it was just absolute pleasure, obviously, to see you in person, particularly at this time. Yeah, I mean, that, Glastonbury was incredible. We went up to the tor, and I was puffing and gasping, whilst everybody else was just lightly just pacing straight up to the tor. And I was like, crikey, is this what it's going to be like? And it turned out to be even worse than what I imagined, because we didn't stop at all. I mean, it was just one thing after another, but it was necessary. And I was really honored, Kahasahi, to receive such gifting of technical insight, just levels that I hadn't had access to. So I'm eternally grateful for that. And the mystical experiences that Joyce was sharing as well, because they were just so intense, the way she was going into the connections, and she was really, really fully involved in the work she was doing. It was inspirational. Felicity, obviously, we'd been working remotely for some time, and it was just an honor to see you in person, and as well as Martin. Really felt like we could have spent quite a while down there, but it was very brief. But thank you.
Thank you for showing up. It was truly beautiful to, I mean, we had met before at the Burning Mask in Glastonbury, right? And I also had done a reading for you, which was one of the first readings. This was only when I got started with my work. I remember that. And I also remember that we talked in one conversation where I said, oh, you're now so different, because I remember back then you were just like observing everything. I was like, oh, this guy's just watching everything, but never really talking. And this time around, we just shared so much beautiful conversation. It was such a pleasure to just be together, right? And to do this work. And yes, you're right. We were nonstop, right? It was just full on. As soon as these guys came, it was just go time. And we had the foot on the gas, and there was no stopping it. Even though we tried to navigate it, but we were navigated by the energies, which of course was the way that it was supposed to be. And we can. I don't know if Hikahi wants to jump on now, or maybe he wants to join later. It's up to him. You're invited whenever you feel like popping on, brother. But we have a few screen sharings here from our evening at the tour as well. So this was after we already parted with Felicity and Martin. We walked up to enjoy the energies up at the tour and to see the sunset. And that was really beautiful. We went back down to the Dragon Egg, and we were joined by a beautiful couple for I think it was for the woman. Waharina provided a beautiful dragon egg activation ceremony. Like, these are just the things that happen, right? It's just more stuff that happens. And imagine this was just all one day. This is one of your picked images, Waharina. Look at this sunset. Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I remember this woman. She said she knows that dragons are existing, but she can never see dragons. And all of a sudden we met her 2 times. We met her twice on that day. First there at the pub where we actually wanted to eat, and then there was no food, so we had to go to another pub. And
how often did we get rejected? Like, how often did we have to change places? Was it like 3 or 4 times? Like, there's no food here. It was like,
I don't know, 3 times.
Really a hustle to find food in Glastonbury.
Yeah. So, and this woman and her partner, she told me that her connection to the dragons, and that she cannot see them, and she's really unhappy and sad that she cannot see the dragons, although she can feel them. And I said to her, maybe you need a reactivation. So, because I said to her, I can see your abilities, you can see dragons. I said, this is no problem for you. So, and then later we met this couple again at the tour, and we invited them to go with us to the Dragon Egg next to the tour. And there I could do a beautiful, incredible reactivation for this woman, and she could really see the dragons then while we did the reactivation and after that. And
it was truly magical.
Just beautiful. I always love each person or each human being, each soul who says yes to themselves, yes to the personal inner development, yes to the higher service for ourselves, for everyone, everything, everywhere. Just this one yes brings so much beautiful energy into the whole field, into the whole collective grid, into the whole divine universe. Just one yes for ourselves. So, and she said yes. And of course, directly when somebody is saying yes, I just jump in and I'm just there.
Yeah. Wow, Anui Hikahima. Oh, yeah. How are you on this fine evening?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Good.
Do you have something to share from this first coming together in Glastonbury, the evening, the dinner?
Well, yeah. I remember at dinner we noticed someone was missing and someone was
Oh,
also present, coming and going. Do you remember that?
oh yeah. I totally forgot about that one. But
Mm.
yes, I remember now. And I remember that I said, there is someone else sitting here with us. Like, where is this person? And I got
Yeah.
this image from a rather tall man in a khaki shirt and a khaki shorts. And then the crazy thing was that the next morning I went into this crystal shop to buy this picture, right? And there walks in a mother with her son, and the son wanted to show a crystal to the shop owner to see what it was. And he was having a little Pokemon, the Shiggy Pokemon, a little turtle Pokemon. And he was a very shy young boy, and he had exactly those clothes on. And I'm like, whoa, this is the man that was sitting with us down at the dinner. I don't know why, but his future self or his higher self or whomever was sitting down with us. And I was not even really talking to him, but I remember I was kneeling down to him to be on eye level with him. And then I think I said something along the lines, oh, you're such a lovely soul, or something like this. And then I wished him a beautiful solstice. Yes, I totally had forgotten about that. Thank you for reminding. That was another beautiful synchronicity that happened. And we don't even know why, right? Yeah, and then we just had a beautiful dinner coming together. It was so beautiful to see you again, Huna Hikahima and I. We were together on several missions with Mauta. Hikahima was with us in Japan and Mongolia, and as well Romania, that wild ride. Oh, I don't know where Vaharina went, but there. Okay. Yeah, so it was really beautiful to be together again. And because you and I, we also had shared some time back in my own hometown, right? In Hamburg. You actually spent some time in my apartment together with Mauta and Cheryl. So yeah, it was really good to see you. You had been in my field back in Mexico a lot, and I remember that I told you during the time that I was cleaning up, sometimes Will's energy would just be present in the apartment, just being there, sharing his light, and yeah, providing some comfort, which he sometimes does for me. He did this in Mongolia. I know you remember the moment. Just providing some comfort and stability. So yeah, I was so grateful that we could be together after everything that happened. Yeah. So continuing the sharing, yes, Waharina and I, we had said, okay, we know we need to go up there at sunrise, right? And you guys didn't want to, you were like, yeah, maybe I'm going to come with you. Maybe I'm not. Looking at, we were there already present at sunset. And because it was the longest day of the year, of course, Vaharina and I, we didn't get a lot of sleep. Was it 3 hours maybe? I remember we woke up and we were both like, I don't really want to go up again, half an hour, like walking up the whole tour. But we had to, right? We had to. There was no debating it. And here is why. So I would love for us to just watch these videos and see what happened on the day of the summer solstice, what showed up there at the tour early in the morning. First, of course, beautiful first light.
There at the reopen portal.
Yeah. What is dangling there?
And directly above the place
portal
where we did our magic.
And do you see what is hanging down there? It's the actual key. And this was really like, in this moment, I'm saying to Vaharina, and the bird is even having the colors that we were wearing on that same morning, right? You were wearing the turquoise and blue, and I was wearing the red.
The red, yeah. Exactly.
And there we have the light of Mauta showing up,
yeah,
as the tiny voice from heaven.
It was really the representation of the harmonization of the two waters, like the blue and the red. It was a hummingbird, the abundance, our divine abundance, the abundance of divinity by itself. So and you could you can also really see the portal, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Portal.
And the crazy thing was, we had been there. So this is another video. This was exactly the spot where you had opened the portal, and where we did the cracking and the cleaning of the tunnels.
Exactly.
And it was right on top of it. And we had been there like 4 or 5 hours before, and nothing was there.
Right.
Between those hours, in the middle of the night, somebody came and put this up.
I love the divine universe. It's just magical.
Yes, and so we were there, and I was just completely blown away by this huge confirmation that showed up on the morning of the summer solstice for us. And you were doing beautiful chanting to the ancestors and the sunrise, and then we walked back down, and I was taking this video. And all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a moment. Like, if you look at the light around the Tor, you can see the crystallization that is taking place of the Tor. You can see how the mists of Avalon, this is what you're saying here in a second, the mists of Avalon, the crystalline mists of undistorted light, Ni Marana, were coming down and crystallizing the Tor, showing up as a confirmation that our work was successful. And this image, I took this image just seconds after I took that video. This is how it actually looked like. And in the video, it showed up with the energies. And then the next video, I only realized this after I was home. In this video, you can really see how we are walking out of the field. You can see how the light is shifting, right?
Right.
I was doing nothing but taking the video and walking down. And at first, everything is more white, and then it becomes more golden. All of a sudden, you can see it switching back and forth a few times.
Yeah.
That was such an incredible morning that we were off to. And it was like we were off to a great start in the summer solstice.
Oh.
And I remember that the both of us, we were like, this was why we had to woke up early in the morning. This is why we were not allowed to get more sleep, because we had to get these confirmations, and we had to witness what our work, our joint work had done. Because I also remember us speaking about the huge cracking that Mauta had done a few years back, right, at the Tor. I remember that we spoke about this at the day, at the sunset, when we were sitting there, just dwelling in the memories. And I know that so many Hunas and so many, people, not only Hunas, have done work and incredible work around the Tor. And I remember that when we were speaking about it, it was as if I was seeing all of these crackings happening at the same time. And it was the feeling of, okay, there was just this last piece needed in order for the transformation to be witnessed in this way. Not saying that is fully complete. I don't want to be the one to claim that, but still, in the way that the crystallization could be witnessed in that video, that was truly something that I had not seen like that in any of my videos before. So for me, that was really, wow. It really blew me away. And also the presence of Mauta's energy when we walked up there, right? It was really moving me in such a great way to see, okay, you are with us, and you're showing us, yes, you're right on track, just keep going. And this is what we did, right? But I feel we should do our halfway promo break at this moment. And before we dive into the next sharings about the Waikato, Stonehenge, and Avery, and at this point, I will say beautiful goodbyes to Kawamanato with infinite gratitude for your presence, your sharing, for your mana, and for your kuya wisdom and your infinite love that you bring, and also the stabilization that you bring into the field, because that was something that I could truly witness. Infinite gratitude for you showing up there and also here tonight with us. And we will hit the promo link button, the promo button, and see you back in 4 minutes. And we're back from our promo break. So, after that morning, with that beautiful sunrise and all of that, we took some rest and got some beautiful breakfast. I bought my beautiful painting of Mary Magdalene, and then we were off to the next location. And this location was a church that we had come across before while we were doing preparational talks for this mission. And there was a moment where Vahrina had shared that there is like a point that we could draw an H between the locations of Stonehenge, Avery, and Glastonbury, and that there would be like this place right in the center. And there was this church that came to our radar called the All Saints Church. And so we drove there on the summer solstice to perform a Waikato protocol. And yeah, we can maybe tune into the videos right now. And after that, the Hunas can share their impressions from that moment. Is Tamaki with us? Yay! Thank you. Yeah, so this was a really beautiful, precious moment. Like when Vaharina was singing, she was leading the Waikara protocol. Like I was looking at the glass windows and I could see them vibrating. And we were in the church doing the cleansing, and there was this curtain in the back of the church. And I think Will and we both took a peek behind that curtain. And there was this painting of the Black Tower being, like, I looked upon the painting, I'm like, oh, the Black Tower has fallen, was what came to me. And this in regards to what we just had witnessed earlier in the morning with the tower, the Tor, being crystallized by the white light, the white undistorted light. This was a very synchronistic message, even though we did not know that we were doing work on making sure that the Black Tower would no longer emanate its frequencies, right? I was not fully aware of that. I only got aware of that when I looked at this painting. And so, again, another very synchronistic moment of, where we had to be at which time. And yeah, the energies at the church were also, like, we came up, right, and the church was not usually opened, but you were the one that walked out, that stepped out of the car, Vaharina, and you met this what was his name again? Was it Michael, actually?
Michael.
Yeah.
A beautiful man, maybe about 70s, 80s, something like that. And he was there at the graveyard from his first wife, and he brought some flowers to her. And I was walking around there and went to the door from the church, from the Old Saint Church, and I was like, we have to go here inside, but it was closed. So I asked this man, I said, yeah, well, is there a possibility to go inside this church? And his answer, his response was, are you from far away? And I said, yes, I am. And we all are. We want to go into this church. This is like what we have in our heart. And he asked me, what will you do here in the church? And I said, well, we want to honor this place and we want to bring back peace and love and healing for this place. We want to pray for the people here. We want to pray for the soil. We want to pray for all the living beings. And he watched me and he said, do you have some time? And I said, yeah, I have. And he said, okay, I will be back in 15 minutes. And I asked him, so, and then what will be then in 15 minutes? He said, yeah, I will get the key and I will open the door for you. And I was like, oh, wow. I loved his life, So it's, all these beautiful divine gifts, what we get, what we can receive when we just say yes for the higher service, just to be there without wantings or needings, just to have in our heart the doing, the action. And even when the action is to do nothing, it's just the intention, the purity of the intentions. So, and then he just left me and you guys came towards me and you asked me, so who was this man? And I said, yeah, he will get the key. And it was, in one part, it was like we all had been surprised. And in another part, it was like, yeah, it's absolutely normal that this is happening, like when I remember this situation. And yeah, then, we needed some water for the Waikara protocol. So the water was there. We had a full river there. There was a full river with water. So, and I tried to climb down the bridge to get the water with one of this, I don't know what it is actually in English, what you have there, Manikai?
It was a water jug. It was like a plastic, 5 liter sort of jug sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wanted to fill this up with water. And I think it was Will who found the little stony beach next to the river, so I didn't have to climb. So, you know, all these synchronicities, you know, one is trying to climb down the bridge, the other one is just going around finding something better for us, the other one who has got this funny basket, you know, like we had everything what we need. And then we had all the tuku so that none of us fell down into the water, you know, what hold us there. And yeah, it was just beautiful. And the weather was so nice. We were so blessed by the sun all time. And on that day, it was really like, I could feel so deep in my heart that this place really needs a Vaikara. This place needs the light. This place just wants to be transformed. And Michael came back, Archangel Michael came back with the key. So, and he opened the door for us. And of course, he opened the door to a very old church. And he didn't leave us alone. So he was just observing us. And I was like, okay, it's not my first time to do a Vaikara like in public. We have to do it somehow. And Manikai had the spray bottle, I think, and he always sprayed the water and the Kutahara all around the church in front of the eyes of Michael. And but you know, I could feel Michael felt that this was really a sacred service what we did there, you know. And when I started to sing the Mahakawatahi there in front of the cross where the altar is and all that, you know, it was so, as usual, like divine magical, just divine magical. It is when we do the higher service. And this old man, he was just watching us, and he was crying, and we were able to go there really around each place, each centimeter of the church, and spray the water and the Kotahara there, and bringing the coats into the place in front of his eyes. He was witnessing our beautiful divine work. And later, what we did, we asked him about the story about this old sand church, and the name was Rodden Church. So, you know, the black tower has fallen, the Rodden Church, again, something came together. And when I asked Kahasahi to read loud all the names of the priests and priestesses of the church, that was also something very magical to honor and appreciate the beings here. Actually, beings with pure intentions, although they are in this cage of religion, but it's everything, the intention from the heart, what the human beings made of it, of the religion and of the words and all the concepts. It's something else. But each being who was serving there wanted to serve. The intention was to serve. So, and to honor this and to bring back the light into these intentions, to bring back the light in all these energy fields who live there. And we found out there had been people in service from France, from where else? From all these different countries. Do you remember that?
Well, I mean, I remember that also after the conversation with Michael outside, we saw that there were connections in this place to France, Italy, North Africa, Spain, Portugal. Like there were so many like connections coming together. And I remember that, I don't know who it was of the two of you, but one of you guys said to me, that was while Baharina was doing the recon with Michael, and one of you said, it feels as if we're like somewhere in France. Was that you, Manikai? Yeah, you said something like that, and it was interesting. And we also had the Rastafari dragon come in, and so there was like there were like these things that happened while we were still in the parking lot, like energetically, and then those energetic things and feelings that came in were confirmed throughout the sharing that Michael did on his family history and all of that. So that was truly like, okay, we really had to come here. And also he shared, yeah, it's not, we don't really have liturgy every week. We have it like every other week. And it was really like a place that somehow felt really special to him, but it was almost as if it was falling asleep. And for some reason we were meant to show up there and do our white kara. And I remember that you, Vaharina, said to him, like, there will be more people that will come here now. I remember that you said something along this line, along the lines to him. Yeah. And yeah, it was really, really magical. And also the pop from the light bulb was like massive. I remember that.
Absolutely. And it was so funny, Manikai, you said to me, well, you behave like you are a real religious person. And this man, he must think that you are absolutely religious. And I said to you, yeah, but each word which I was spoken, it was true. Yeah, it was really, it was just from my heart. Everything what I said, that we want to sing with the angels, that we want to bring back the beauty and health and peace, love and healing to the place, and all that what I said to him, that was absolutely true. And it was so nice to see how everything always comes together. We don't have to pretend anything. We just have to be we, and then the rest will be in that moment, so everything can follow. And that was a really magical moment actually there at the Old Saints Church. And each of us, when we went to the tree, I think each of us got a message for ourselves, a gift for ourselves, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a video of that tree and the moment where you are burying those pieces of glass, and we have some light codes here from that place to share. It was truly like we were so blessed with the weather, right? The sun was so intense. It was such intense white light that we had all the time in Glastonbury. It was so hot, and it was beautifully, like, it was so beautiful. Anything from you guys to share about the white kara and the church? Any impressions you would like to share? Yeah, go ahead.
I found the procession, the way that we organised the dragon, with the head of the dragon and the tail of the dragon, I found that really powerful. I thought, I've done Waikara and I've done it in teams, but I haven't done the sort of the head of the dragon with the tail of the dragon. So I was at the back spraying, and I think Joyce was at the front singing. So the combination of the procession and the staffs and the sort of clearing, and I think we went round the site a few times as well. It was really special. I was Joyce. I was keying in. I was just wondering if you were all right, because you did such a job of holding that relationship with Michael that I felt, maybe it was helpful for me to check in with you. I was like, "Are you all right with this? Like, this guy is really, he embraced you as like his most, special, faith-based sort of person." And I was just like, I was just checking in. I was like, are you, is this all right? Is this working for you? I mean, is it all right? And then she was like, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, okay. I backed off. I was like, okay, let's carry on. So, just incredible. You really connected and made that happen. And the procession and the skill of the mixing of the Kotahara with the light water and the whole, there was just elements of the protocol that had been pushed a little bit further for me, and I just found that really insightful, and it really sort of felt that we were doing a really powerful clearing, because there was all the graveyards out in the outside as well. So there's a lot of energy there, a lot of names, a lot of tears that will have been shed for people that will have been dearly missed. And the sunshine was just holding us all. Well, it was holding me, just in clarity. I just felt really clear and really sharp, and I was able to, had the weather been dreary or had it been slightly dark, I think the whole thing would have been a different experience, but it was just really pleasant.
Yeah, it was. And it's really true, like, Vaharina, you're such a powerhouse, especially when it comes to connecting with people. That's just what you do. Like, that's what you do all the time, everywhere. And for some of us that are not like that, yes, sometimes it feels like, oh, isn't that a bit much? But this is just what, like, not just, but this is what you do. And it's such a gift as well, right? Because it creates these beautiful moments. And I already noticed this in other SEAL teams, that there's usually one or two or maybe even three people that are working in that light to really serve as a connector between the places and the people that are in a way guardians, or that show up as guardians of these places. And that sometimes, it's a lot of work, and it's also a lot of energy that is being put into that. So I just wanted to shout that out to you again, and also express my gratitude, because it's such a key thing, right? That these missions need. And as well, like, if you wouldn't have been there, being able to connect to Michael in the way that you did, it would have all turned out differently, right? It would have all had a different tint to it, so to say, a different energy with it. So yeah, that was really beautiful. And after that, we were off to driving to the campsite, right, to meet up with the other Hunas. And I don't know if that's the next video, the drive-by video of the White Horse Mountain, but I remember that I caught that on camera when we were driving past that place. So we were driving towards Avery, because we would have our campsite in Avery, and we were driving by this. I don't even remember what this location is called. I'm so sorry that I did not do my research.
Marlborough was the name, not Marlborough?
Maybe, yeah, but maybe some other UK Hunas will know. But yeah, we drove by this, and we all were like, oh, there's the horse medicine again. And I remember that I already drove by this place on my way to Glastonbury in the first place. Like, we drove already through Avery, next to Silbury Hill, and this place when I was arriving in the UK. And yeah, this is already Stonehenge. So at this point, I would love to invite onto the screen with us Huna Kahatota, because when we arrived at the campsite, our two lovely Hunas, Kahatota and Kahatoma, were already pitched up there in their beautiful van, just waiting for us to arrive and to pitch up our tents right next to them. And that was such a beautiful moment as well, to arrive there. And yeah, I think we already arrived quite late throughout the day. I remember that I was like, okay, we need to get to Stonehenge, right? Because my focus, of course, was Stonehenge. So everything dragged out a little bit because, of course, there were more things to do. And so we pitched up our tent. There she is. Kahatota, welcome. Yeah, so this was the moment where we met up with all of the Hunas that would be with us for the cracking at Stonehenge. Yeah, so we pitched up our tent. We got a little bit of food, and everything just got later and later. And then we did a briefing at the campsite, and then we were driving up to Stonehenge. Dawn had already shared with us it'll be for free, and then we drove up, and all of a sudden we hit massive traffic, right?
Yeah.
This is just
interesting.
Did anybody notice the two buses that went past while we were in that traffic? The numbers were 333.
Always, all numbers had been 333.
Yeah.
And before we went into the area of Stonehenge, we drove through a little village, and that was a village from the military. The whole village was for the military, you know, and that was also very interesting to see how they built themselves up there, actually in a very holy and sacred area. So that is something.
And wasn't there also like a company that we found out produces ammunition?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And we were driving through, and we were like, we can't believe this was while we were already like in the high traffic, right? Where we were like just pacing along, and we were like, I can't believe that this is so close to Stonehenge, all this military stuff and weapons and everything.
Exactly.
So yeah, we hit the high traffic, and it took us even longer to arrive there, because at first we thought, oh, maybe we could make sunset, but no, the sunset happened while we were in the car, and we were arriving at Stonehenge in the twilight, so to say. And the first picture, like, I would love to share this picture from the parking. The first thing that I caught on camera was, can you see at the back of the horizon this black thing that is sticking out? And I'm like, I can't believe, I don't know what it is really, but for me it was showing up as the black tower energy, right? And I'm like, I can't believe we are pulling up to park here at Stonehenge, and this is the first thing that I see, the black tower. And I also remember that already on my way there, I could feel the dragon energies just very intensely in my body. And I remember that I was texting with Tamake. She was actually feeling the same thing. And as soon as we addressed it, it was able for us to shift. But there was something happening already while we were, of course, approaching Stonehenge. So how was that for you? For you guys, like on the way there, how did it feel energetically to approach the space? What was going on for you?
In the beginning, I was excited because I've never been to Stonehenge before. I'm from the UK and I've never been. So I was really excited to be there, but I have to say everything changed once we got out of the car and got past the security guards. Everything changed there for me. It got, how can I explain it? The energies were, you could tell that they were a little bit dark, a little bit low, but you know, it was like, okay, we can deal with this. We'll keep going, and we got further and further through. It got to a point where the crowd started to it was like come in on us, and it was just very, very crowded, and we felt like, you know, like we were in this small space, even though it were a big field, but that's how we felt because of all the energies of the people there. As we got further through towards the centre, that's when I realised why we needed to be there at that time, because the energies in the centre where the stones were very, very heavy. I don't know if the rest of you felt the same, but
Yeah.
it was around that time that we lost Kahasahi, Huna Minikai, and Huna Waharina. And it was just me, Kahatuma, and Huna Hikahima, sorry. And Carl started to get a little bit panicky, because one, he doesn't like crowds, and two, it was quite full on for him. And every 2 minutes he's shouting, Emma, Emma. I'm like, I'm here, I'm with you. And then when we lost you guys, he got even worse, and he started to really, really freak out. So I'm tapping Will on the back like, help, he's freaking out. And Will's just laughing. But he gave him his support and pulled him through. And we could see you guys with your tacos. We could see you waving them, but we couldn't hear you shouting Huna for all the noise that was there, all the drums. I did feel that the drumming that was there, I felt that was very low vibrational. Mm-hmm. And because it was repetitive, it felt like it was bringing me down and down. But I did notice that all of us, and none of us have even planned to do this, but all of us, our staffs were going to the beat. So our staffs were already transmuting those energies before we'd even got in there to do any work. But yeah, all of us staffs were going dun, 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 dun. And yeah, we eventually caught up with you guys. And I told you that Carl was having a bit of a freak out, and you was like, right, let's get in there, let's do what we've got to do, and we'll get straight back out. So we tried to find a little space to do this. We were stood in a circle ready to go ahead, and Kahatuma was messing with my bag. He was fidgeting, and I was like, it's not going to close, Carl, and he's still fidgeting. And everybody stood in the circle, and I felt like shaking him and saying, you know, will you just snap out of it? What's wrong with you? Even though I knew what was wrong. But eventually, no, we got in there, didn't we? And we did what we had to do. Me and Kahatuma performed the harmonization of the waters on both sites, Stonehenge and Avery. And it felt for me, I felt like that activated something personally for me. I feel now everything's integrated, and I've come back to earth. I feel like now it's like we've got to go. We've got work to do, and we've got to do it, and it's got to be done now. There's no waiting. There's no time. Just do it. So I want to thank you for the invitation for these ceremonies, because I honestly believe that if we had not performed the water harmonization, I don't think I would have received these activations. And as you know, the codes as well that have come, I honestly don't think that I would have received any of that.
Well, it's you were meant to be there to do exactly what you did, because you were the divine couple in our group, and as these waters were representing the divine masculine and feminine, you were bringing the balance as you were pouring the waters, and you were remembering the ancient king and queen frequencies. Beyond that, you were remembering mother and father in the infinite fractal that you are, meaning mother and father and the child within you. So but there were, again, multiple dimensions to this. I also felt it was an undoing of twin flame programming that is no longer necessary. This is another level of the harmonization of the two waters, where every being beyond human is sovereign, right? Even if it's only a flower, but the flowers that we brought were also sovereign beings that were saying, yes, I want to be part of this. And yeah, it was very, very interesting what happened, right? We walked closer and the energies just got so intense. And then we lost each other in the crowds. And I was raising my toko, waving it around, and the dragon staff had this little white scarf.
That's what I see floating.
Yeah, and I was standing there and I was looking at it. I'm like, I'm literally waving a white flag here. Like, I come in peace. Like, we come in peace. Just leave us be, right? It was really interesting. And then I remember I at some point started shouting Huna, and then Manikai started repeating it and being very loud about it, shouting Huna, Huna, Ina, Ina. And then the crowd picked it up. That was so special, right? How did that feel for you, Manikai, that moment?
Well, I kind of calmly sort of thought, well, the staff's up in the air will be sufficient, just to direct, patiently. But then some time passed and I became quite concerned, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to voice something. And I you started shouting Huna, and then I started shouting Huna. And without even reflecting, about 10 people around us just immediately reflected back and just said Huna immediately. And I hadn't experienced that before, because I've experienced saying something about 3 times before someone's able to say it back. But this was immediate, and it was like, Huna, and they all just went, Huna. I was just like, wow, something's, we're able to catalyze, we're able to sort of transfer. And I thought, maybe we can shift the climate, the energy, certainly in the proximity that we were stood in, just to be able to reunite again. But it was overwhelming just to hear that response immediately, without even. It's like they just immediately knew how to say Huna. It was like the Huna within them spoke, and it was it was just wonderful.
And there was no awkwardness. They were all excited. I even remember some of the faces smiling at me while they were shouting Huna, Huna. And then you started shouting Ina, Ina. I remember they even started shouting Ina, Ina. Yeah. And I mean, between us, Hunas, we know what these codes represent and how infinitely powerful and activating they are. And these people were joining in their energies in this intention. How powerful. I know that this was a truly important moment that this happened, and this is why we got separated, so that this could take place, right? And then I remember as we came back together how like Kahatoma felt, and I'm like, oh, but I really felt we needed all to be there. And he was like, I need to get out of here. And while he was saying that, Waharina, she was just returning from completing the wakahuya. So she was going around the whole stone circle, dropping the kotahara, because we still needed to somehow code the whole space, right? Because we had decided, okay, we're going to do the cracking from inside out. There's no way that we can somehow navigate this through this crowd. And so she just returned. So how did that feel for you, to drop the kotahara and to draw the container in that space, in that massive field of over 25,000 people?
Well, as I said, like when I'm in the focus, I'm just in the focus. I can laugh about myself or about the situations very often later, but in the moment, I'm just in the moment. So, and when we drove with the car to Stonehenge and we had been there in this huge traffic, you remember when I said this year are more people here than ever before? I haven't been there before, but I knew this year will be more people here than ever before. And And I also knew why, because we said yes. We said yes to the light, and so many people before us, and as well on that day, on that summer solstice, so many people said yes. And for me, it was the feeling of, on this day, the prophecy was fulfilled, because I had the feeling of, like, all around the world, with us included, the 144,000 light workers did their job in the one moment, all together with the same intentions. And even when I say this now, I can feel my body tingling and buzzing, absolutely, and I know it's true. So more than 144,000 light workers all over the world did their job on that day for the summer solstice. And, you know, when there is a lot of light, all the shadows are being attracted to the light. And this is not because they are bad, it's because they need the light to be enlightened and to go into the light. So we, with our intention and with our unknowing connection with all the other 144,000 light workers all over the world, we brought a huge light into the field. So into Stonehenge, a very sacred place, a very holy place. So, and when we went there inside, you know, you know me a little, so I can see and feel always the distraction, the distortion. I can see and feel it, and it's always like, you know, when I was younger, when I was a little girl, it was always for me like they want me, and nowadays I know they love my light. Yeah, they need my light, but I have to be centered. So I think you remember, guys, that I was always walking in front of you or maybe behind you. I was the whole time by myself, and like I was just for me and with me, and I was with you, but I was for me and with me. And this is like to be a part of everyone, but also to be with me and to hold the space and the energy. It's sometimes very challenging, and sometimes it's then better when I don't speak. So, and in the moment when you asked me after we went through the crowd, and I remember we had been stuck in the crowd, and you watched me and you said to me, Baharina, I cannot go forward. And I said, may I help you? And you said, yes, please. And I could really feel like, you know, everyone, everything, and even Mauta had been there in that moment with us, when I just, you know, I just put my hands like this, like I was swimming through the crowd, and the people started to see us suddenly, you know. I was just like swimming, you know, and we jumped on the feet of the people, and no one cares. And we just said sorry, and we could go our way. And when you gave the Kotahara to me and you said, are you sure that you want to do this? For me, it was like no other way. It's only this way what it have to be done right now, to bring around the circle of Stonehenge, to bring around all the stones inside this crowd of, later we knew, over 25,000 people, not only to bring there the Kotahara, also to bring there on each centimeter the codes. You know, I was speaking the whole time, I was speaking the lock in. It was like I was doing a little Vaikara there, knowing that you guys are there inside, feeling that there are so many beautiful, intense energies from all over the universe are with me. And it was like I was flying over all the legs and feet and bodies down there on earth. Some are drunken, some are just happy, laughing, you know. It was, I just made my way through there. It was later, I was laughing again about myself. Like, funny things are happening when you are in higher service, but in the moment, it was just like, you know, we had to do what we did. And I knew that so many other Hunas had been with us. And, you know, you remember when I said, there is one other Huna with us. There is
Yeah,
another.
I shared that already in the last show when I was speaking
so
to Dawn,
Dawn was there.
because Dawn, she was already sitting in the center of Stonehenge at that point when we were actually there.
Exactly.
Imagine that, we were just one body away from her.
Exactly.
But this is what I said on Sunday, like we were not meant to be in the center. That was the space that she was holding. But we were doing the cracking inside, but still we were doing it outside, right? We were imagining, we were using our imagination to crack the whole area around. As we were cracking it in front of the south pillar, cracking it from the inside out. And so I remember that exactly. And it was such a powerful
moment,
confirmation, right? That you already shared ahead of schedule that there was actually another Huna present with us.
Absolutely. And you remember before we went to Stonehenge, you always said we have to be there before the sun goes down. We have to be there. And then we started to drive, and we had to accept that we will be there when it's
I shared this as well because you know, we were slowed down and she was sped up because she was having no issues getting there very quickly, and we were slowed down so that we would actually be there at the same time. And I know now that she actually walked past me. We actually crossed paths while we were walking up to the security gate, because I was seeing this woman in the white druid cloak having her hood on, and this was exactly what she was wearing. And she said there was nobody else in that attire that she saw. And like, I remember that I thought of her, but I could not catch the face of the woman because she was walking by so fast. And so this was what we were already speaking about on Sunday. And what a powerful synchronistic moment. What an alignment that we were part of without even knowing, right? And everything happened in such a divine way. Yes. How was it for you guys to walk up there? How was it for you, Hikahima, the experience at Stonehenge?
Well, if you remember, I think it was on the journey there, we almost collected a deer.
That's true.
Remembers that. I mean, there's always, I'd say, challenges in the journey, challenges of getting there, and challenges to sort of persist and complete. So, being at Stonehenge, I mean, the people, it almost felt like they were animals. Like there was that sort of underworld, second dimension energy. So many drunk people and everyone sort of on drugs, and just the smell of it. Carl's reaction, wanting to sort of escape, and I think from doing these missions, you just getting that focus of following through and completing. And we got separated, and we could see you. We couldn't hear you when you were chanting, but we could see you. And I think Carl.
We just couldn't get through the crowd.
Yeah, and Carl suggested we go around, and that we came around. And yeah, you could see he was almost, I don't to say whether he was kind of resonating with their energy, and it was like he'd been at a rave or a cage animal and he wanted to run off, and I felt like I should put my hand on his back to ground and stabilize him.
And that really did help. Thank you.
I remember him saying that.
His words were actually at Stonehenge. His words were, "It felt like walking into a vampire's lair before they're about to feast on the humans when they're all partying." that were his words.
Wow. Yeah, and I remember the moment where you guys came around then, and then, you know, Carl said, "Oh, I got to get out of here." And I remember talking to him, telling him, "We really need you." And I think I even put my hand here on his chest, and I'm like, "Please, just let's just let us just see this through. Like, we're just gonna go in quick and hard, and then we are out of here. We are out of here in 5 minutes. Just stay with me. Stay with us for this." And then Waharina returned, and I said, "Okay, we got to get in now." And I had shared already, okay, I'm just going to go in strong and hard. And I remember that, yeah, this was the dragon ride that I was going through on the way there. I remember I was texting with Tamaki, "What do you feel? Do you feel I need to go into the Karanga, the calling of the gates, right?" And she said, "You will know, the place will tell you." And I'm like, "Okay, I don't know if I want to." Like, I could feel part of me didn't really want to do it. And then I was there and I'm like, yeah, there's no debating it. So I said to you guys, okay, I'm just going to go in full and hard and strong. And in the Karanga and how it is structured and how Mauta had taught it to me, the structure of it, it already includes the intention. So I had shared, okay, because we're going to do this quick and strong, I'm just going to share the intention through my Karanga, and then we'll go into the login and the cracking and the karakia. And yeah, there was so much resistance in my voice. And I remember that just like the feeling in my voice was just, I don't know. It was like I was not really enjoying what I was doing.
It wasn't coming out.
Sorry?
It wasn't coming out. Your voice kept cracking and breaking.
Yeah. It was really, really tough for me, and to complete it. And the feeling in the voice as well was almost painful, right? But still I completed, and I remember that there was this moment where I had to share the tipuna, which means ancestors. And I really had to go into these high notes. And I was like, what is this? Like, because usually there's like this human aspect with you there, like saying like, what is it that you're doing there? Kind of amplifying the awkwardness of the situation. But still you go through and you see it through with the determination, right? And I remember that we stepped out of the stone circles after we had completed, and we literally just put our backs into the center because there was no space to set up a kawa, right? And we placed the flowers on top, saying, okay, this will have to do. And then I remember stepping out of the stone circle, and I immediately looked up to the sky saying like, I'm never going to do this again, because it was really hard for me. It was really hard for me. I mean, considering the field and considering the energies that needed to be shifted, it's no surprise, of course. But yeah. So we completed, and we did the cracking, and I remember, I don't know who showed me the clock, but it was the 0 point. And I remember in that moment I said, we need to lift up the bags and we need to pour the waters. So you completed the ceremony by weaving the waters in exactly the center of where we had done our cracking in the 0 point, which of course is also not a coincidence. It had to happen exactly in that moment to guarantee the harmonization, to guarantee the equalization, right? To zero it out, so to say.
Yeah, and it's also
Yeah.
so important to understand why we had to work from the darkness into the light. Yeah, so because we are the light, and we had to work inside the darkness. This is why the sun had to be already down, the sun had to be already away. So do you remember when we had been in the car and I said, yeah, this means we have to work from the darkness into the light, because we are the light. And this is really what we did. We went with all our purest intentions really inside the darkness, and we were attached from all the dark energies. I don't like to say dark energy, but I know everyone will understand it when I say dark energy. So, and you know, each of us with our essence, with the codes we are representing, with the love that we are, with all of our experiences, was so needed in that moment. So each word what was spoken, each no, each yes was needed, because we were representing the light in the darkness, and the darkness needs a light, because without the light nobody can see. So we brought the light back into the darkness, and we worked from the 0 point, at least we worked out all the light. We spreaded the light inside the darkness by just being us, by doing what we had to do, and by bringing back the balance and harmonize the beauty and love what is. So I can only say thank you to each of you, and I can also only say thank you to each Huna all over the world who was with us. And I can only say thank you, and I have tears in my eyes, to all our ancestors who made the big preparation so that we could do this job there inside the darkness.
Yeah.
My heart is filled with gratitude for each light worker all over the world who said yes for the higher service in that specific moment, because we all needed us in that moment.
Yes, we did. We did. And every aspect of what was experienced was necessary and needed and also valued, right? So how was it for you? Was it your first cracking, Hunamanikai, that you've been part of? So it was not the cracking how you would do it maybe usually, but it's of course a powerful variation of it. And yeah.
It was powerful to witness your, what did you describe it as, the beginning, the way you did the cut?
The karanga. So the
karanga.
karanga is a piece of ceremony that I first performed or first served with in Mongolia, where Mauta invited this. I remember he already shared it quite early on, that this is something that the feminine usually does. So usually the calling from the gates is being performed from the east to the west, calling in the ancestors, and it's usually the voice of the feminine that is going to be heard in ceremony first. The grandmother, the mother, but the feminine, and then it will be answered. And this is what we did in Mongolia. Hikahima, he was witnessing my very first karanga, maybe even the one that I performed only for Mauta at sunrise. Maybe you heard that. But yeah, it's a set of codes that is unique to my being. And so yeah, this is sometimes something that I'm called to share in ceremonies. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the initiated the ceremony. and it was just magical to witness, and I'm very honoured to. I know, we're saying the voice was cracking, but it was just because I feel my interpretation of it was that you were trying to gauge how much voice was needed to make the shift necessary, and you were trying to put that energy into that action, and it was going off register, and it was just like it was. But however, your expressions were really directing that light and that energy into the ceremony, and I felt that, and it was just incredible. And then we were invited to then start going round anti-clockwise and sort of start doing the cracking. And that for me felt like, yeah, finally I'm doing it. And particularly I'm doing it with Kahatota and Kahatoma, who they've been so generous and so kind to me and supporting me in allowing me to come to so many House of Huna stuff. And it was just like, all of a sudden, the whole thing, all the sort of things that I wasn't keen on in that environment, as we were saying, the drugs, the alcohol, the drum beating, felt like we were in the middle of a nightclub. All that dissipated for a moment because we were just walking around and cracking the codes, and there was a sense of sort of unification. Our team had, because we'd been separated and because we didn't have a space to sort of prepare. We were just sort of thrown into it. That action just made me feel connected to everyone. And then at the end, the waters, the two waters were as the Wairuas described as the two waters, and that was gifted at the end. And bless me, I walked into an upset Joyce, because I had this most magical moment with the Kahasahi where we put foreheads together and exchanged like the energies. And I was like, okay, so we're all going to do that. So I received that, and I was like, I'm going to have to pass it on to the next person. And I went and tapped Joyce while she was in a channeling session, and she was like, yes, I am here. And I was like, oops, I didn't mean to disturb you. And then I got told, do not disturb me when I'm in my session. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize, like, I've got to, we work in different ways because we're new to each other. And, that was fine. But, it was lovely because I brought an extra staff as well, because I managed to find a staff in Skipton. And Huna Kahato Ma was like, I ain't got staff. And I was like, yes, you have. There you are. And it was just brilliant how it all came together. But no, and Joyce was connected to the ground, and she was on her knees, and she was connecting to the soil, and she was channeling, and it was just incredible. I mean, she went off then, and then everyone was sort of like, whoa, what's going on? But yeah, very powerful. Honored to be part of a cracking. And particularly honoured with the team that was there as well. And just the experience that I was receiving, I could feel that Kahasahi and Hikahima were there. And I was like, crikey, this is the A team. Like these guys have been everywhere. And I'm here, and I've been allowed to like come here as well. And I was like, yeah, it's about time. So it's good fun.
Yeah, it's beautiful to have actually experiences, right, where you just step into the doing and all of a sudden you're in it, and it's like nothing else exists, even though there might be moments. I remember a cracking in Paris where the people were chiming in and were laughing, even because they were teenagers. They had no clue about what it was that we were doing, but we were just doing our thing, determined, focused, and taking all the free energy in. And that was a moment where I felt, because I still noticed the people looking at us, trying to figure out what it was that we were doing. And I could feel all the energy flowing into our ceremony, right? Because they are gifting us with their free energy when they're giving us their intention, and when they're chiming in, when they're repeating after us, they are participating. And so it was really, really powerful. And yeah, and then we stepped out of it and we all were like, oh, wow, we did it. But we all felt like, whoa, this was really intense. And I have to say, I've been part of 2 dark tunnel missions. I've been at 5 or 4 stargates, I don't know exactly, but I've been part of many ceremonies, right? But energies like this with this intensity, I have not experienced. Probably because also Mauta was not present with us in the physical. So there was a moment where I was stuck there in the crowd, thinking of him and knowing like, yeah, you would have walked in here just whoosh, parting the people. But like I come with a different presence, right? And so it was a moment that came with its challenges on multiple dimensions. And I remember the feeling that fell off of me when we stepped out of the circles, and I'm like, okay, we did it. We did it. We don't have to do that again. Yeah. So again, like infinite and deep gratitude. Also, please pass that on to Kahatoma for all of your guys' presence, for all of your mana, your strength that you brought, for your intentions, for your heart, for your love, for all the infinite gifts that come with your essence, your medicine, your light that you shared in this moment, not only for us, for the moment itself, but for everyone in like everywhere, right? And yeah, I remember also that there was like this interesting moment again that I already had at the tour where I was just seeing like, because there was the significance of the South Pillar, right? And the sacred stone from 5 years ago. And I'm like, interesting that we did this cracking right in front of the South Pillar. And all of a sudden there was like me thinking of time non-linear, thinking of it as layers. And I'm like, it is as if we just guaranteed a layer that was extremely important to all of this alignment in regards to the sacred stone. And we know that it was because the sacred stone was with us in that moment, in that space. And we didn't know it at that time. We only knew it the following day. And so, yeah, it was just the feeling of it all had to be exactly like this. And I was so grateful that I was encouraged by so many Hunas, Waharina being one in particular, being encouraged like, no, you got to do it in June, follow your intuition, right? Because there were moments where I was second guessing that maybe. And no, it was exactly this alignment that had to happen. And maybe it's now time for us to actually share a few pictures, a few images, so that people can take in some of these energies themselves. This was the light that we were experiencing. Quite intense. Like, how was the blue light for you? How did it feel for you guys?
I thought it was the blue light that was affecting my vision, but then you said the same thing later, so it couldn't have been that.
It still could have. And here, these images, I think, are particularly interesting, right? One without the flesh and then the other flesh. And you can see, like, at least for me, I can see, like, we're not, like, the face is something is like, I don't know, it's just strange.
You were trying to smile. I remember you
saying I was trying to smile, but there was no smile coming through. And particularly if you look at my eyes, there's nothing that I was feeling like my authentic light. It was as if it was not, there was something taking like over. It was like the feeling of being disturbed. Like there was something that was just disturbing us, right? And the energies that was there, it was really is seriousness in the field. Like it was almost as if we were not able to be at ease. There was something there. And I also remember that you and I, Karatota, we spoke when we were walking away from this space. We were like trying to find the word to describe what we just felt. And we both felt the same. We both felt like this was just pure lack. I remember this, that we both felt this. This was also when we were speaking about my vision is weird. I remember that everything was kind of flickering and it was hard for me to focus. Yeah. I think is there more pictures from Stonehenge, Tamake? I don't remember. Oh yes, this is in like where you can see in my face, like just, I don't know, an expression. At least I can see it because I know myself, just something in my eyes that it's not like, yeah. And this right image is a screenshot that I took later on where I could see this face of a being. And this is a face that I pulled off of the south pillar where we did our ceremony. And I looked at it and I immediately thought about the painting that I had bought in the morning. So I was seeing that similar face in the south pillar, but not only that, because for me, it looked like the painting of Mary Magdalene that I bought, but also I could see Jesus at the same time. Is the next one of the painting that I bought, Tamaki, so people can see that? Yeah, this was the painting that I bought. So I thought it was very interesting that we came across this energy in the space of our ceremony, and it was as if there was an ancestor holding space and showing up for us to know that the stone remembers, right? Because the ancient stones, they are undistorted. They remember. They are sacred ancient guardians. So yeah, I think this was what I had to screen share from Stonehenge. Is there anything else that you guys would like to share in connection to Stonehenge? Otherwise, we would move on to Avery.
Very, very briefly.
Yes, please.
As we were ready to go back to the vehicles, the Hare Krishna people were coming up. But yeah, I just wanted to just leave that because I was having a chat with one of the monks, and it was lovely. It was I started talking about the Wataka and the Motu alignment, and it turned out that he was an Okapi, and I says, well, it's light of the Father, you're in the seat of the child, the eternal child, and he was like looking at me like, oh, okay. You don't need these books. I was like,
yeah.
It's just like
blown away.
Well, I still got the whole set of books anyway, and ended up gifting them to Hikahima for his birthday. Yeah, I was also having a conversation with that other monk, right? And he was wearing all orange, and it was almost as if we were walking up towards them and they were almost like a light in the darkness, even though I am aware of that they hold distortions as well. But there was at least someone that was coming with, I don't know, somewhat of a spiritual intention. And I remember speaking to him as well, and he said, like, I feel there's not really any advice that I can give you, apart from that I would invite you to continue what it is that you're doing. It was a really lovely conversation, and a light in the dark somehow, and also him wearing all orange, and then he had this white marking on his forehead. I don't know, something was there. I don't know. I've not fully unlocked the alignment of that, but I feel that is one that I will understand in the future, because the orange mandate is still something that is unfolding till this day. And I feel there will be a moment when we will see how these things somehow connect together. But this one is still puzzling me to this moment, which is okay. Yeah, and then we drove off towards Avery, as our intention was to be at Avery for first light of the summer solstice morning, right? And I have 2 images that I took of the moon while we were driving, which I think are very interesting, because if you actually zoom in, you can see that they are extremely pixelated. And for me, especially the right one emanates this feeling of being in between the worlds. And it was, we were still in ceremony, right? We were still in the energies, just in quotes, just changing and shifting locations. And then we arrived at Avery just in time. We met up with Bethany and her beautiful daughter Jasmine. Bethany is going to meet up with us in a short moment, and here she's going to come live with us in a brief moment. And we met up with them, and we were just arriving right in time to set up the kawa. I don't believe I ever had a kawa set up this quickly, Kahatota. And you were on point. You were on point, like just dot, 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 dot. And I don't know, maybe in 2 minutes, this thing was there and everything was in place. And you even drew the container, even though it was the small one. It was reflecting almost like what we did in Stonehenge, doing the container from the inside out this time and doing the ceremony outside of the container. It was really interesting looking at all of these reflections that happened, right? And I remember as well that for this moment in the morning, I invited Waharina to share karanga. And it was a very beautiful ceremony for which we arrived just in time, literally. And I think we completed the ceremony at 4:44. And the great Z, so the 0 point, the signature of Mauta, showed up in the sky, which was lovely to see it again. I mean, I had seen it on my day of arriving in Glastonbury, I don't know, maybe 10 times. So he was really making himself known. And I'm actually seeing now that you can even see a 9 in the sky up there. So yeah, this was really beautiful and quite a change of energies, right? In the feeling of how this ceremony felt compared to Stonehenge. If we can bring on, I don't know, Tamaki, we'll need to, so I would invite Kahatota to share her bit on Avery before she will take her leave, so that Bethany can jump on with us. So how was the feeling for you there in Avery?
Avery was much calmer. It was much lighter. It felt right. And your voice came back and it was absolutely beautiful, the way you threw it across as well. I was still a little bit discombobulated after Stonehenge. I mean, when we met up with Bethany, I think I said something like, it's so good for you to be with us, when I was supposed to say it's so lovely of you to be with us. So my apologies for that, Bethany. I'm so sorry. I did not mean that, but I was very confused still from Stonehenge. But overall, Avery was very nice and it was beautiful. And I will say goodbye.
Oh. Yeah, please send your love. Send our lovely. I am sure I'm invited to speak for all of us. Send our lovely greetings to Kahatoma. Sending all of our infinite blessings to you and your lovely family. It was such a incredible, beautiful moment that we shared together. Also, you and me chatting in the morning. It was like, no, I was not meant to go to sleep, because, we made the night through, like we didn't have sleep at all. And then Carl rested a bit in the van so that you could actually drive off, because you had like quite a long drive back home. And I was meant to stay up with you to just share a few moments and to see you off. And it was truly, again, such a incredible honor to have you with us. And I felt like there were moments where I felt kind of bad that we didn't get any sleep. Like I was not thinking this to be such an intense thing, but you showed up and I remember in January, I already saw myself in Stonehenge by myself. And I am so grateful that I didn't have to be by myself and that we did this together. What a great moment. Wawa nui.
Wawa nui. Love to you all.
Yes, and now our lovely Bethany Huna Kahatohoni is joining us. She arrived early in the morning together with her lovely daughter Jasmine. Again, so grateful for you to show up from Cornwall as well, to be with us for, what did we say earlier? Was it maybe 1.5 or 2 hours?
Yeah, an hour and a half, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
But so worth it, the most beautiful hour and a half, and an 8-hour drive to get up there. But I knew that I had to be at Avery for the sunrise. And I think I said to you, because I'm doing the 3 moon procession and the sun dance with you, and you were also going to be there, and I didn't know that, but that's what was the strongest guidance for me about that. So we were surprised by the amount of people there, because I've visited Avery before and it's quite quiet, and so there was nowhere to park. And we had to park miles away, and we ended up walking through the East Kennet, I think, along the stones. And so there were 2 men that were drumming, and they were walking in front of us. So that was quite, and we couldn't really walk any faster to get past them because that felt wrong. But it made it quite a beautiful entrance. And then you'd messaged to say that you were all by the pub next to the horses. And when I got that message, I was just so joyed by that, because you, as you know me now, like, horses are very important to me. So it was quite beautiful that you were all, and I saw you all standing there with your staffs, and you had these lovely black and white horses that were just to the side. And it was like I was just sort of coming back for this family reunion. So it was quite a beautiful energy at Avery. So it was quite different to what you'd all just experienced. And we found this lovely location by Dragon Rock, and this was my first time doing a ceremony in person, in form, with you, and I was just so honoured to be there and to learn and to have that experience. And you welcomed Jasmine too so beautifully into that ceremony. And I honestly, just to all of you, to have met you there in person and be part of that, it was just so magical and so beautiful. And it's just something that will always always going to stay with me now. And it's just like it feels like a huge step up in understanding how to kind of administer and deliver these protocols, because as I said before, I kind of have been very much like, I work in solitude or just a couple of people, and to be very vocal when there's a lot of other people around has been, it's a big step in transitioning into that kind of confidence.
Yeah, it can be challenging at first, right? It's like you get so awkwardly self-conscious at the beginning, and then you start the ceremony, and then you're in it. And this is what I meant earlier. It's like, I remember it myself from the first moments in ceremony. At my first ceremony, Waharina was there in Hamburg, and I remember that a part of me felt so awkward doing these things, like thinking about, what do other people think of what it is that we're doing, right? And the more you go into action, the less you care about that level of things, and the more you just allow the magic to happen, and also the connections to just form. Because by us showing up in this way and doing ceremony and sharing all of our lights, right, the people stop and listen, and you know, after the ceremony, a few people walked up to us, right? And I remember this one woman sharing with me, and she specifically said that she loved how everyone was sharing their intentions in such a beautiful way, and how diverse our sharings were as well. Yeah, it was really beautiful. And back there, we performed the ceremony of the rings of fire. So we walked in different layers around the stone and the kawa, the altar. And yeah, we were in ceremony while the sun was rising. So when we completed our ceremony, the sun had already risen. And yeah, we were amplifying that first light with the rings of fire. And we all know what first fire in our standing is, or stands for, is the intention, right? So we were amplifying the fire of first light. So the intention that actually emanates first light in the first place, again, fueling that continuum, that continuum of the two waters, we could even say. So yeah, such a precious moment. And for me as well, like the energies felt completely different. We could just be there with more ease and grace, with more space. Like everyone had space to just breathe, right? We were not shoved in between people. So yeah, how was it for all of you guys? For you, Joyce, Manikai, and Hikaima?
Yeah, for me it was I was just grateful to do this service, and to be able to do this service, to be able to touch with my feet in form these ancient places, to bring back the frequencies into the roots, and just, yeah, before in Stonehenge, I had the feeling of that we work from the darkness into the light. That we work from the darkness into the light, and that we are the light inside the darkness. And here it was that we were embraced by the light. So we stepped out from the darkness with the light. So the light was carrying us in a moment when the sun was rising. Everything inside of me was also rising, and I was just like grateful to be able to do this beautiful service. And it was also just a confirmation for me for everything what I received in the Coro protocol. You were talking before about the different layers, and it is like this. So everything is happening in the one moment. And even if we have the feeling of time or about past or future or whatever, everything is happening in the really present now, in the one moment. So the first light is the first fire. The first fire is the first light. Ha, ka, wa. Everything, ta. Everything is just a detail of the first light, and it's just carrying specific details of the first light, but they are all also representing and carrying the abundance of the first light. And this is what we really did, what I could just feel. And for me, it was a really relaxing moment, even during the ceremony. It was really, I could feel it is done. It is done. And we did just a great job. And I was just happy and be there with the sun. And I knew that everything what I didn't understood in that moment, the answers are on the way. And I didn't have to think about anything. Actually, I never do it. But in that moment, it was really intense just to be there and to feel that it was done, that we did our job. Yeah.
Yes, we did. We did. How about you boys? I also feel we have some images that we can share, right, Tamake? You can, yeah, this was a beautiful moment. Wahadina standing there. And I don't know what the next images are. You can just continue letting them go, like share. And yeah, this is a group picture in front of the stone. And I think the next one is probably going to be the perspective of the cheeky dragon head. That was incredible. I only realized that after going around the stone, taking some images. Look at that! That's a huge ass dragon head. And the other stones that you see to the right, they were in exact alignment to this stone. So we were aligning, and like I could feel that the energies would go exactly through this gate. Like I felt that there's somewhat of a gateway energy right here where you can see the sheep. Actually, this is a picture that I took later in the afternoon when we returned after some sacred sleep that we all needed deeply to Avery. And there was the Kirihi showing up exactly in that spot. Yeah. And it was beautiful to return, right? In the afternoon after we had some sleep, some rest, and something to eat. And this is the lamb. So the baby Kirihi, the lamb, that was also present there in Avery, and I was really moved by that. Yeah, and this cloud was just, have you ever seen a number cloud like this in the sky before? For me, it was the first one. The number 17. I remember that we all caught that one in the afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, what was also very interesting, it just came up to me. After the ceremony, I was walking away from all of you and was walking around this place there. And I found this beautiful stone. The name is David Stone, but we know already what they made into a bad energy. Actually, it's very often a very good energy. So for me, it was just really a share inside the stone, and I could sit inside a stone after all the ceremonies, and I just picked up all these ancient energies and all the power and strength. And it was like for me that the stone said thank you to me, and I got so much energy back just by sitting inside the stone. Maybe you also have a picture from this little chair inside the stone, and it is a chair, really. It is.
No, I booted that one out just because it felt like so many. Yesterday, when was it? The day before yesterday, when I prepared the screen sharing, I had about like 80 images and files, and I'm like, okay, I need to slim it out somehow. So unfortunately not, but for everyone who is interested, I'm probably going to share some pictures of this in the future on my Instagram, and probably you can see it on Bahadina's Instagram as well. So you can check out these energies. It was significant, like, and this was where we also hung out in the afternoon, right? We returned to that space, and it was truly a very incredible energy. And to have space to walk around Avery and to just look at everything with ease and grace and with spaciousness was so lovely. Tamaki, you can close the screen share for now. I would love to hear some of the brothers here and sharing about their experience of the ceremony. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it was. I was just off the back of the cracking that we did at the Stonehenge, so I was already like, okay, I'd not done a cracking yet, and I was like, just riding that wave. And then, literally a few hours later, I stood in the middle of the rings of fire. I was just overcome by, as you described, the expansiveness of it. The sunlight was just about coming out up. The fields were open. We had space. We were able to set the thing up calmly. We all sort of had instructions. And then this most intense experience of the ceremony starting, and Kahasahi running. Well, that was after, but it was Joyce was invited to initiate with some singing in the east. And there was this Kahasahi running around the circle, and we were all sort of going clockwise and anti-clockwise. It was just the most incredible experience. I was really honoured to be part of it, and it was just technically something I hadn't experienced before. I don't recall whether I spoke to Huna Kahato Honi before or after that ceremony, but I just became acquainted with the fact that this was the first ceremony that you'd been to, Bethany, and I was just like, wow, I felt that. And I was like, the first time I went to Glastonbury and the first time I met the Hunas was such an important time for me, and I just felt that, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to make this important for you too. So I was like, it's just like such an incredible experience, yeah. But yeah, I mean, even the kawa, it was like you say, it was put up very, very quickly, and it had an enormous amount of items on it, and I didn't feel I was able to spend enough time really absorbing and connecting to everything, but just the intensity of the whole thing, and the fact that I realized I was part of something which was technically quite advanced in terms of the offering. So I was really honored. I was really honored to be part of that, and I was doing a lot of harmonizing. I was holding. I think we were all supporting each other a lot because there was a lot of tiredness. There was a lot of travel. There was a lot of different things that needed to be in place, and I think, it must be so challenging when you have so much experience of these protocols, working with people who are new to it. It must be very difficult because
it's actually not really that. It's just it's always, to a certain degree, I've never had an experience of a mission or a ceremony where you would not have energies that somehow are challenging in the field. It's got nothing to do with people not having experience. So don't think that it has anything to do with that, because in the way that I felt, you just all came in fully open and ready to be part of it, and you were just being aware, and so it's all part of it, right? It's always all like that in a way. And for me, it was also just beautiful to receive, because I did not know what it was, like which protocol to do. Only came to me on the day, like on the 20th itself. And I remember sitting back in the car doing some scribbling in my notebook. I'm like, okay, this is how we need to stand. How many people are we? And this is how it is sometimes, these protocols. When you're applying these protocols, you are reacting to the land, water, sky, and the people that show up. So you always have to readjust the alignments. So this is, what you learn by going into the field work, so to say, by applying the protocols. You can then see how the appliance sometimes varies from places and from situations and moments to moments. So in the way that we applied the Rings of Fire, I had not done it before in this way. And the Rings of Fire, like the structure is always the same, but how many people are in which ring, so to say, is always different. So I never had to run like that before, so to say. I remember Waharina had experienced me running like this one time when we did a cracking in Hamburg. Remember when we did the 3-layered cracking around the fire? This was a similar one where Muta said, no, I was running inside and he was running outside. Like this was sometimes things like this happen. And for this moment, like the Rings of Fire was the appropriate protocol as they align to the intention of the 22 billion souls. So the Rings of Fire, whenever we apply them, are returning the energies to Shambhala, to the repopulation program, so to say. And as we were driving back, I was feeling like, yeah, this is what we need to do, because I was already sharing that intention in Stonehenge. Omarua Rua is the 22 billion souls. And this was an intention that Mauta had shared, and he shared these exact codes, and he said, I invite you to share this intention in your ceremonies, because it's always amplifying that Stargate in Mongolia, and that connection that Stargate number 20 and Stargate number 21 have, which is empowering that intention of the repopulation program of the planet. And so this felt appropriate to share and to bring in, so to say, in this moment, because of the alignments with the 20, the two waters. And so the 22 was an amplification of that. And this is usually something that you learn in the graduation, because it's a rather young protocol, Mauta. Like we created that just in the night before we went into ceremony in Mongolia. So it's one of the newer protocols, not part of the Dragon Masters, but still yet part of the Dragon Masters. Yeah. Well,
Annika, what I really want to say is, like, when you said you don't have so much experience, everyone who is a part of any ceremony or ritual is there because he is ready or she is ready, and everyone who is there has enough experience to be a part of the ceremony. And it's not about the knowing, it's about the being, it's about the saying yes, it's about just to have the intention to be a part of it. And you are carrying everything inside of you. Yeah, we are here to remember. We are from the future, and we remember. We just remember. So, and maybe you don't remember now, but the time will come that you will remember more. But there is no coincidence that you take part in ceremonies, because you have the experience and you are ready. And this is like for all the people in the world who have never taken part in a ceremony consciously or by knowing, they are ready in the moment when they do so, and they have enough experience to do so. So never downgrade yourself, because you are always ready in the moment where you are and where you at. So this is what I want to share with you from my heart.
Yeah, and this is so true. Thank you for sharing that. It's very, very true. Hikahima, share your beautiful voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, getting to that ceremony, trying to park up and
Right. Oh, right. And we were taking a cat nap in the car. It was so, we were not allowed to park anywhere.
Yeah, having to drive off and come back just in time for the car park to open. It was nearly full.
Right. And we were all so exhausted.
It's such a nicer place at Avery. The people were obviously completely different to Stonehenge, and there's so many more stones there. Really lovely area and ceremony. And it was really nice to be back there afterwards and just walk around and meet people. You were talking to that girl who saw your dragon stuff, and then there's the tree with all those roots above the surface, and that guy later on who sang a dragon song, and you sang back to him. Yeah.
Yeah, it was lovely to connect with people, right, at Avery, and it just felt there was just so much more spaciousness, right? And it really felt more that people were really also interested to connect, similar to what I had experienced in Glastonbury. You just walk down the street and people are just, oh, hi, that's a cool stuff, you know. And for me, it was the first time walking with my dragon stuff, right? And to connect with people and witness that the dragon is actually the one connecting us was truly magical for me to experience. And yeah, we took such a lovely stroll where we saw their little lamb and just connected deeper into the energies. And yeah, it was truly lovely. Lovely time that I will cherish forever. These beautiful memories that we remembered together, created together simultaneously by showing up. And then the magic continued, right? Because all of us here, Bethany, she did quite some work on the next day. And we had our lovely birthday breakfast for Hikaima, whose birthday it was on the 22nd. And while we were,
it was an interesting journey, wasn't it, going there?
Yes.
Down a road called Merlin's Way, and then round some roundabout called the Magical Roundabout, and past
the Merlin pub, exactly. And then us again trying to find food. Again, people not wanting to serve us, and then we ended up finding a place where they said, you have 5 minutes to order. I remember that. And we were all like, just big English breakfast. And then we sat down, and had the lovely breakfast. And I think it was shortly after that I came across the image of the crop circle that appeared on that day. So Tamaki, maybe you go back into the screen sharing now. So while we were driving, Hikaima and I, can you go back to the one before? We were driving and we had this car in front of us, and he said, oh, the orange mandate. And then we noticed what it said, and it said badass. And we were just like, this is Mauta, just showing up right in front of us, saying like, badass, what you're doing there. And then after the breakfast, I came across this crop circle, and I'm like, what? Because it reminded me, oh, this was us at the breakfast. Yes, lovely, celebrating your birthday together. That was truly precious. And so I came across this crop circle, and I'm like, this reminds me of what we just did in ceremony, right? The 3 rings. So the dot in the center, in a way, is representing the infinite fractal, the triangle that you can see. If you can zoom in on the right picture, I don't know if it's possible. You can see down there my scribble that I made for the ceremony. And you can see the ring, and you can see the square, which is connecting the 4 positions that we had. And then in the center, you see the triangle. And so for me, it was just interesting how similar these energies kind of looked, right? And then as I zoomed in on where this was, it was like Hackpen Hill, Whitehorse. And I was putting it into Google, and I'm like, this is right near Avery. So this was actually close, like right next to the hill that we saw earlier, where that white horse was showing up. And this was showing up right on the 22nd of June. And I remember that Hikahima said, oh, maybe exactly when we drove through the magic roundabout, right? And so these were just interesting synchronicities showing up. And yeah, I don't remember what the next picture is. I know that there was another crop circle that showed up the next day. Oh, this is me driving past the statue of Boudica, which Bethany will share a little bit about later, in just in a moment. And this is me doing the last bit of ceremony, connecting Stonehenge, connecting Glastonbury and London. I actually had this picture in Glastonbury on the right taken by a friend that I made in Glastonbury, because I did not take this picture. But then I came across these statues, this twin aspect, the golden child, and I had to place the apples there. Skip to the next one, because that's, I think, the crop circle. This was the crop circle that appeared on the 23rd of June. Remember that we shared earlier that we had drawn the 8 to find the location of the church where we did the white kara. And this is like the crop circle that showed up right on the day that I was actually leaving and Waharina was doing last bits of work in the area around London. Very, very significant, right? So
actually this crop circle, you can really take this crop circle and place it directly on the map with all the stations where we had been, and it will suit directly from Avery to Stonehenge to the church, the Old Saint Church, as well Bristol. I think the station was Bristol, and from Bristol we went to Glastonbury. And all these places, you really can take this crop circle, place it on a map, and you can see all the places where we had been and where we drove directly inside there. And that was really just one of the most beautiful confirmations, which also I have ever seen. We were talking about the 8, we were talking about the center, we were talking about all the connections, and we get this confirmation. This is just
incredible. And of course, the 8 is also a representation in a way of the 2 waters, right?
Yeah.
1 water, 2 waters coming together as the infinite Waira, right? And so, yeah, it's truly significant, right? And
yeah, like also from the Coro protocol, when you see the 8, how I received it, you can, if you cut the 8 into a half, you can see the 6 and the 9 inside. Like the 6 and the reflection of the 6 is the 9. And when you put them both together, you have again the 8. So the harmonization is double confirmed actually, because like in the Coro protocol, it's like the 6 is represent the holy divine female energy, and the 9 is representing the holy divine male energy. And when you put them both together, you have again the 8. So there are so many double confirmations for us. and for each of us who had been there in form and formless with us.
Yes. Yes, again, also a big thank you and shout out to all of the Hunas, all of the people that logged in and shared their energies for any of these ceremonies who were part of this. It was truly a big moment, and I would love for Bethany and also Waharina to share the last bits of the work that took place on the 22nd, I think, for you, Bethany, and 23rd for you, Waharina. Just because I know that some of the Hunas connected to some of the work that you did there as well.
Yeah, so when we were at Avery, Kahasi, you said to me that you'd got some information about Merlin's cave at Tintagel, and you said, I think you need to go there. And I'd been thinking, I may have said to you, I think I need to go to Tintagel on the way home. So that was kind of very much, on my mind about going there. I didn't know what else I needed to do. But when you said about Merlin's cave, and I didn't share with you that immediately, I was just like, you said it, and I was like, okay, I'm going to have to go there. But it was, I was, whenever I've been in Merlin's cave, I have to run out because I can't, the energy in there is very intense. And I've known people that have worked in there, and so there is some kind of dark portal or something. So I was like, but you've said, so I'm going to have to, have a look at this and give it a go. But we'd got back to the hotel to have some breakfast after the ceremonies at Avery, and we needed to drive back because I didn't have anybody looking after my horses, which is why I had to do it very quickly. And on the group chat, I think it was on the Dragon Masters, there was, it was Chandani, I think first said she'd felt like she was very tuned in to all of this work that the Hunas were doing in the UK. And she was hearing the name Boudica. She didn't know who it was. And so I the ping, and I was like, oh, okay. And going back a little bit about, a month, maybe more than that, before the solstice, I'd actually been doing some work and had some information coming through and connection about Boudica, some past life memory about being around at that time. And so that there was like some release happening there. And she's also from the place that I was born, which was Suffolk, East Anglia. So I kind of felt this quite strong connection with her also. And I was given some more information. I can't remember it. I found it now, but that I needed to go to the Uffington Horse to do a soul retrieval at some point. And I didn't know that had anything to do with this mission. I hadn't planned to do that on this occasion. I thought the next time I'm up country, I'll do that. And so as soon as I read that message in the chat, I was like, okay, this is really important. So another Huna is being guided to tell me, like, I have to go and do this. And also, I think when we were driving to Avery and we went past the Churhill White Horse, I said to Jasmine, I don't know why, but I kind of feel like we need to go there, but that we're not going to go there and we're not going to have time. So but that as soon as this message came through from Chandani on the chat, I was like, the Uffington White Horse, this is very important. So I said to Jazz, do you mind if we take a detour, and we're going to have to like drive an hour out of our way to go here. And so we're like, well, maybe Tintagel wasn't going to happen on the way home. So we drove there, and I shared the picture with you on the sat nav, because as we were approaching, we got to, as we were turning off to go to up to the National Trust car park, Dragon Hill. And I didn't really know anything about the Uffington Horse, apart from there's a chalk white horse and there's some kind of legends tied to Boudica. And so as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, this is feeling even more significant now. And so there is a big mound with a flat top that's called Dragon Hill. And you also have the chalk white horse that is just next to that. And so, we were then chatting, Kahasihi, and you said, I think Jasmine needs to, or I think you said, does Jasmine sing? And then you said, I think Jasmine needs to sing these songs, and you sent them through. And so we parked, started walking, found a place, and there are actually a few other people that were in the circle. So some other people were feeling drawn to do ceremonies there. And Jasmine sang both songs, and the first song, there were two young bullocks had got loose, and they were kind of charging up and down, as it seemed to be irritating them. So the other song seemed to be more important. So she sang that a lot. I joined in. Those things were done, but because we had to drive back, I very much felt like there was a lot more work to be done, but it couldn't be done in person. So we drove home, and so later that night, I actually remotely tuned in to continue to see what else needed to be seen about that. And also, actually, as I realized when we were around there was lots of pubs called St. George and the Dragon. So I looked it up, and so this place is also tied to the legends of St. George and the Dragon, and he supposedly slays the dragon on this mound. And there's also the horse is also tied to mythology with being a dragon horse. So it goes back quite far into sort of ancient Celts. And there's the Celtic goddess Epona, also tied. She's the Celtic goddess of horses, protecting horses, and also a fertility goddess of the life cycle of people, but also of the land. And so I was like, this is really like, wow, there's just so much tied up. And the other thing that's tied up with that sacred place is also the Arthurian legends. So Uther Pendragon is also supposed to have been buried there. So it's like you have these various layers throughout time of a lot of legends and histories. But as I had no idea that was tied to the Arthurian legends as well. And so I was like, this is all very much connected. And as I tuned into it later on, there was and also I forgot to say, I was the energy of Boudica, the soul, and my aspect. I brought them with me, and I kind of knew that the release of that was going to take place at Tintagel. And anyway, so I tuned in, and I found that there were actually a lot of this was kind of like there was a lot underneath this site. So we're going into kind of tunnels and places. I was seeing spaceships and various things that were happening here. And a dragon that seemed to was sharing that this dragon is the guardian of this sacred space, but it had been like shackled and tied to the place and sort of having energy siphoned from it. So I, with some help with another friend of mine, a shaman friend, released this dragon, and the energy seemed to clear more, and it was certainly felt like it was then tied to the next phase of the next, which was the next, I believe this was the next day or the day after Wakarina with the Windsor Castle. Yeah, so maybe that's the next point, and then shall I share again about just the Merlin's cave after that?
Yeah, right. Thank you for your share. So when I was in Avery, I didn't know actually where to go next. I knew we had been in Avery on Sunday, and my flight out of London, Stansted, was on Tuesday. So I could feel that I have to do something somewhere, but I didn't know where. And I was trying to find an accommodation, but there was nothing what I could find in London or Cambridge or wherever. I was just searching the places and always just looking for an Airbnb, and there was nothing where I could say, yeah, I resonate with it. So I put a message into the UK group, WhatsApp group, like that I need a place to sleep. in London. So, and another Huna who not very often looks to this WhatsApp group from Windsor, she was seeing my message and she just reached out to me and said, yes, you are welcome here in my place. You can sleep here. So, and then I knew, okay, I will go to Windsor. And in that moment, I was not aware what Windsor was actually. I was just like, okay, I will go to Windsor. So in the moment when I was in the bus and I went inside Windsor, I could see Windsor Castle and I was directly drawn to it. I could feel, yes, I have to go there. I have to do some service there. It was important. And in the nighttime, I talked with this other Huna from Windsor, where I could sleep on that night. And I said to her, I have the feeling that this family from Windsor, they captured the mother of the dragon below the castle. There is a dragon. I said to her, I can feel it. There's the mother of the dragon, the mother of the dragons. And she watched me and she said, yeah, this is true. She's working with children and she's doing so many other jobs, great jobs, great service. And she has heard about it, that below Windsor Castle there is a dragon which is captured there. And I could see directly, then I receive the revelations, what I have to do. And I said to her, yeah, I will go there in the morning. So then on Monday, the 23rd, I just went to Windsor Castle with a whole bunch of people, of tourists. And I think I even asked inside the Huna group, maybe the World Bridges group as well, for help, for support, that you guys can log in, because I could feel this will be a big job to free the dragon, the mother of the dragons. So I went inside Windsor Castle, and the night before, I think it was, that Kahasahi and me, we were talking about St. George, all this St. George which appeared. And I said to her, there must be somewhere a chapel or a church or cathedral with the name St. George. I have to go there. I can feel it that I have to go there. So then we found out that directly the chapel of this family from Windsor Castle, the name of this chapel is St. George Chapel. So I was like, okay, yeah, I have to go there. Of course, the dragon is below this chapel. And who is buried in this chapel? Queen Elizabeth. So everything came together directly. And for me, I just had some Kotahara. I had my crystals. I work with my crystals now for, I think, about 10 years all over the world. So there's a big grid of the crystals all over the world, which I place there, or other people place there in different sacred places. So to work with these crystals is always very powerful. And I knew that I have to place the crystal and the Kotahara on the graveyard of Queen Elizabeth. So, but what happened when I went inside the chapel, at first you were only allowed to go one direction. You had to go with the crowd. So, and I had some things I had to burn a little bit. I had to, bring some Kotahara to this place and to that place before I went to the graveyard. So, as you know, there inside the chapel, there are always candles. And so I could place some things inside the candles. I could burn something. I could put some incense somewhere so that I could prepare everything. And always saying the log in while I was doing this. And then I went with the crowd to the graveyard from Queen Elizabeth. And actually you are only allowed to go there, and then you can have a look. And there are everywhere securities, and they check you, they check your hand, they check your feet, they just looking, they are staring at you. And I was like, whew. So I have to do my job here, because I could feel so deep that the lid from the grave, this is like the entrance to the mother of the dragons, and there is a tunnel below. We have to go there. That was for me so clear. I could see everything, but until then I wasn't able to place the crystals and the Kutahara there. So a little bit like some meters away, there had been 7 chairs, 7. So, and I sat on one of these chairs, and I was just like, yeah, just sitting there, and I didn't know what to do, and I didn't think. I was just sitting there and started to connect myself with this graveyard. And then I just turned back. I just had the feeling to do so, to turn back, to go with a group of Japanese students. You remember, Kasahi, we met some Japanese people on the tour. So, and I went with these people again to the graveyard, and the security just looked to these students and to all the photo cameras and all that. And in that moment, I had the Kutahara and the crystals in my hand, and I just made like this, you know, like playing with dices, you know. I just throw it to the graveyard, and directly in the middle, in the center, there was then the crystal and the Kutahara. It was placed. So I was like, oh, cool. So the connection is there. So then I went back again to the chair, and I sat there, and since I'm a little girl, I know how to go out of my body and to travel then just as the spirit that I am. And you can see my body and I'm somewhere else. So, and this is what I did, because for me it was clear I have to do a Baikara directly inside there at the graveyard, to really clear this space, to make this big cleansing, this divine cleansing. And I did this formless. And that was the moment when I asked all of you, I need your help, please log in. And I could feel, God, really, I have tears in my eyes. I could feel that so many beautiful Hunas just logged in with me in that moment. And I could really see how the lid of the grave, you know, like broke, and, you know, and the door was open, and I went inside the tunnel, down the stairs, and there I could see this beautiful being. You know, when you are witnessing purity and love without any shadows, and, you know, which is still pure, although so many bad things have happened to this beautiful being, there are no words to explain this moment. And when I saw her and I watched into her eyes, and I could see the chains around her there in the darkness in this cave, and she was still so radiant. Her crystal golden rainbow light, really, she was so radiant. And her eyes had been so pure, and I was there formless inside this cave. And I was able, you know, with the key, what we draw on the dragon egg at Glastonbury, you know, this key was suddenly like physical. And I had this key in my hand, and I could open all the lockers, or, you know, that the mother of the dragons could start to spread her wings again. And in that moment, it was really like an incredible wind went through the chapel. All the candles started to move. Everything was moving, vibrating. My body in form was shaking, and I could feel that I really have to go back now, back to my body, because that was such a divine moment and so high frequented that my spirit needs my body, and my body needed my spirit in that moment. That was very powerful to feel this, that in the moment when the mother of the dragons start to come out of the cave, that I have to be in the form again with all my three aspects that I am, body, mind, soul, very consciously, to hold this high frequencies, what was being freed, you know, so what was free again after I don't know how many centuries, thousands, I don't know, whatever. And my body was shaking, and I could still see how the mother of the dragon just came out of the cave, and I had to go somewhere else because I could feel that I couldn't sit anymore. And I went to the next room. That was the place where I made the picture for you inside the group, where I really had tears in my eyes. And I could feel that I cannot sit anymore. So I went there to a place where people actually pray, you know, pray down on their knees and put their elbows there, you know, and just pray to their beliefs. And I just sat there, and I just folded my hands like that, and just put them on my heart, put my head down and my elbows there on the place, my knees down on the floor, and I just cried, and so many tears came out, and I could feel that I was crying the tears of the mother of the dragons. And I was so grateful for this, and it was also so painful. And I could feel my gratitude for all the people, for all the beautiful souls who had been there with me, and for all the prayers. For all the prayers from all the people all over the world who were praying for the dragons, who were working with the dragons, who are working with the dragons, because all this gave us this power, this beautiful strength to free. The mother of the dragons there. And that was such an incredible moment. And when I came out from the chapel, you really could see all the dragons, the little baby dragons, and so many other dragons there in the sky. I made a picture from this. You know, they had been there, and it was like a big celebration. And I felt this part was done now, but it was not done. So I can only invite all other Hunas or light workers to do their work there in Windsor. And this Huna woman who gave me the place where I could sleep, she called me later and she said, "Oh my gosh, what did you do? The people are getting crazy here in Windsor today. No one can drive a car anymore. The people don't see anything. The dragon energy is taking over," she said. She said, "We can really feel this." And I was like, "Yeah, we did it. And I said, the dragon is free. And I told her the image, what I had, what I saw. And she also had tears in her eyes. And she said that was the image that she always had from the dragon below there for Windsor Castle. So yeah, that was one part of the work, what I did there with all of you. And there was also some other little works what I did on top, but that was just the main work. And also when I walk through the rooms of Windsor Castle, it was, there's one room which is filled on all the walls, and I think even on the ceiling, with drawings from princes and princes and kings and queens and whatever. But what was really incredible to witness, each drawing, the eyes of the people which had been drawn, they had been black. And this is not from my vision, I could see it, they were black. So the dark tunnel mission needs an upgrade. We have to go further with the dark tunnel mission as well, not only with the work for the dragons, but yeah, this is what I can share in this moment. And when I drove out in the evening time with the bus from Windsor to London, really with the sunset, I could really see the mother of the dragon. She showed me herself in a golden crystal light directly on the sky. I could make a picture from this, and it was just, at the beginning of the journey with St. George and the dragon, how he killed the last dragon, and all the dragons and St. Georges which appeared on our journey, and the dragon eggs, and then this beautiful final for that moment, to be there in the St. George Chapel and to be allowed to have the honor with all of you who took a part.
Yeah, it's truly magnificent, right? And I mean, we had no clue that we were in a dark tunnel mission, but this is all confirming it. And I remember that on the last night that we were camping out together, I had the vision. This is something that sometimes happens, and sometimes I'm just pulled in this way into spirit, where I'm like remote viewing, and I don't have this happen often, and I don't know how to do it consciously. It just happens to me. And I was trying to go to sleep, and all of a sudden I'm seeing all of these dragon eggs that I'm almost like all of these different crystalline eggs that I'm almost like swiping through like this. And while I'm doing that, I'm remote viewing different places. And then in my head, I knew, okay, I'm about to see her. I'm about to see her. I'm about to see her. I'm about to see the evil queen, because I knew I was swiping through the eggs, because there was one egg that was not supposed to be hedged.
Right.
And this was something that I had to see. And so I knew that right in the moment when the being revealed itself to me, I know now that I found the egg and I could neutralize it. And this was 2 nights before, like this was on the evening of the 21st. And then you went actually to Queen Elizabeth's grave, right?
Yeah.
And did work there. Like, and
Oh,
before
God.
that, like I had the evil queen come in as a spirit being. It was a very ancient being, and I could feel again the energy of lack. Like this one, yeah. But it looked in my vision, it looked similar to this, but different, like way more ancient than this. Way more elemental and cold, very cold. And yeah, it was very interesting. And I remember that, I think it was while we were driving out with the bus from Avery, that I would see a vision of Glastonbury Tor from above, and I could see like my spirit zooming out, and I could see all the dark tunnels all over the island, and I could see how I will call it black ether, goo, kind of black goo energy was being sucked out into the ocean.
Yeah.
And so this is also interesting, where the cave of Merlin also comes again into play, as it felt when you, Bethany, were sharing to me about your experience there. It almost felt as if this cave was somehow connecting over to Puerto Rico, to the work that was done over there. Monica, yes.
Thank you, Hunas. Wawanui. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Yes. It's very late. Thank you for staying with us. We got to wrap this up. It's already, we are 4 hours in. I was not expecting this, but of course, the amount of things that we shared, right? But yeah, with the feelings that you described there, maybe you'll describe them again just briefly before we finish this circle.
Okay, yeah. So just to wrap up with Merlin's Cave, I think it was the 23rd and the 24th that I started tuning in remotely, and I wasn't sure which day I was going to go there in person, but it turned out it was the 25th, which is also the new moon, and I didn't think that. I realized that after, and so as I was tuning in remotely, and I already knew that I felt funny about it, so I asked for some support from a couple of friends that workers that I work with a lot, so they could kind of have my back on going into this energy, and they're also very good at picking up on what's working together. So going into it, I felt I was taken down into some very dark depths. I had a lot of energies coming through with the Freemasons, which I have in my ancestry, which has been a big part of something that I've had to be working through, as in an ancestral clearing and finding some kind of forgiveness for them. But I feel that's like part of the journey, is that has been really important for me to be able to accept that and be with that, and actually be able to connect with them. And so that had just started happening with some other things which I won't go into with this today, but that was informing me as well. So feeling into Merlin's Cave, this very dark portal energy, that it was like the Freemasons are this energy of the things they do were somehow going into this cave, or the cave is connected to the other energy lines where they're doing things. So there was I was showing a lot about the distortion and like our wombs, the women's wombs, as being connected into this dark portal energy. And so I was seeing also with that, there were lots of dragons there, and they were showing me, they were doing this digging into the ground. So they were showing me like a net with these kind of like that it was all stuck and trapped in the ground. And when I heard the sharing from the Huna in Puerto Rico, and she described something like this, I was like, that's interesting. I don't know if this is on the same day, and was I connecting? We were both kind of connecting into that, but the dragons were very insistent, and I was then, so this is still remotely, and I was stuck in there for hours, trying to work out what it was that they wanted me to do, because I couldn't get this energy cleared, and they were like pulling at these kind of lines. They were like ropes. They were pulling, and they were digging their paws right in, and eventually I asked for extra support, and like, so energy was kind of being unwound, and it started to lift, and that may well be what was happening on the other side of the globe that was also beginning to lift this. And also again showing that when I went there in person, there was going to be some kind of change in this like anchoring of energy that is connecting into the womb. So it's like removing this dark energy that's going into our wombs that the new souls are being born into. So it's not just affecting women, it's also affecting the men that are coming through, so the divine masculine and the divine feminine distortion. And I understand, it seems like there's a lot of ceremonies that were going around in the world that were also about this womb clearing energies. Also connecting into the Lady of the Lake, and I was seeing that there was like some kind of reclamation of this space or this portal. So it was very much like it didn't need sealing up, because that's what I was like, it wasn't seeing, it was a reclamation of this ancient space. And I did at home, as I was tuned in, I actually went through the ceremonies, like speaking them, but still being tuned in remotely. And so when it came to the 25th, when I was going there in person, I was like, I don't actually know what ceremony I need to do, but I heard like, oh, you need to take some shells. And then it clicked a little bit later. I was like, okay, this is Ishel, the Mayan goddess, so this means the ceremony of the continuum is the one that has to be done in person. And so I actually, on our NA TAPU group, I let you all know that I was going to be going there that day, so everyone could be with me. And I think, Will, there were a lot of time codes going on, and was it your cat dropped, or you dropped some cat biscuits? And when you'd shared that gave me the information. It was like suddenly showed me that as these energies that I'd also been kind of collecting as clearing, I knew this had to be completed there with the breaking of the glass, and it was a little bit different. So after that happened, I was told that I needed to say ma and wa while smashing the glass, and I actually didn't have a light bulb. I had a little glass blue buoy with the net around it, which is you have in the sea. And so that was quite interesting, that was also a little bit precious to me. So I kind of felt that there was a lot of energy, like I was like, oh, I kind of don't want to do that, but it was also that kind of giving and letting go that also was really important. So and also I was seeing that I needed to be there when the cave was underwater. So we got there and the cave was underwater, and again, like the time codes were coming through for all the Hunas, and so many other connections and synchronicities were coming through for me. And so we got there. Jasmine was with me. We got to the beach. There was a beautiful rock. It was like a dragon rock, just like the one at Avery, just next to the cave. And also just that next to the cave, there was a single red rose that was right there where I wanted to do the ceremony. So somebody had already placed that there. And so I set up the ceremony in front of the rock and just completed it. And Jasmine was also getting a little bit worried because there were a lot of people. It was a busy day at Tintagel, and there were quite a lot of people. They weren't on the beach, but they were watching. And she was like, there's a lot of people watching. And I was like, it's okay. So I actually felt, I was just so focused and so in that energy that it was, that wasn't, I was like, fine with that. And as I finished, massive wave came over, and the wave came in two parts around the rock, and the two parts of the wave met exactly in the center of the rock, covered the whole thing, all the crystals, everything I had, washed it all up, including my rucksack and phone, which were way back. So it was this very big wave. And so we then like got everything out and moved it. And I heard that I needed to sing some more, and these very high notes, which Jasmine usually gets when we've done other things. And so I was standing in the water there, and I was singing these really, really, for me, very high notes. And the people were kind of all listening. They were starting to come down onto the beach at that point. And then I smashed the glass as we finished, and I took those photographs just after this of the water, which I can share on our Huna groups. I zoomed into them like later on, and there's this beautiful image of a seahorse and a dragon, and that was in the water after this ceremony. So and people then came on the beach, and they were playing music, and people were swimming in the sea. And then just after that, this lovely jellyfish washed up, and it's actually a crystal jellyfish, is called. And my sister, who'd actually been tuned into this ceremony, some things had been coming up for her with jellyfish. So when that came in, I was like, I was like, hello, Kerry. This is like this beautiful confirmation for her. But also the crystal jellyfish are they emit this lovely blue light when they're in the water, and a green light, which again was like another really beautiful confirmation. So we then, everything felt, the energy felt really good, and I've never felt the energy feel good at that side of Tintagel before. And we then went over to the other side, to St. Matriana's side, which is where I usually go. And now I understand, Kasi, that you and Mauta had been there and done a cracking. And so I'd started working there after this. And so that's where I go to kind of complete something, because the energy feels so good there. And so we sang in the church around the well, as that's something we quite often do. And then we went and sat on Dragon Rock just outside of there, which is where we do. So this was to then complete the rest of the work, which was the soul retrievals were then being released, moving through the portal into the sun, as well as others that I'd invited and retrieved from something else to do with the court systems and all of the distortions and traumas that happen with that, also the Freemasonry stuff. And so there, Jasmine was actually working with my dragons, the black one, the white one, and the rainbow dragons that I first met when I was there. And so I wasn't sick. They were with her, and I was getting the songs. So I was channeling the songs, and this went on for quite a long time. And then we were both there, just kind of laying on the rock, and I was seeing so many codes. It was like being, and I guess this is the ceremony of the continuum. I felt like I was completely outside of time, and I've never experienced that in that way before. So it was like there were all these layers of realities and timelines, and it was all it was kind of like I was in water and seeing all of these things and spaces moving, and like geometries, the like figure of eights were floating around, and the souls were floating around, and there was this connection to all of the other Hunas and all of the other sacred places where there is the moving of souls in and out, and it felt very beautiful. And when we left on the way home, you'd shared, Kahasihi, about a song that was called The Two Oceans.
Oh yeah, I'm going to share about that and how that came through, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So first, I want to thank you for all the work, and also Vaharina. I don't know if I've expressed my gratitude, but it's so incredible what continued to happen, right? And still continues to happen. it's just significant to me that really the ceremony that you just described, also with the jellyfish and the luminescence that they share, these are pieces that our Huna from Puerto Rico that she had shared as well about, right? So it was really a place where you guaranteed an aspect of bringing these two oceans together. And even while you were describing how the water was coming together, so magical. And then also Tintagel had already come up with me when we were working at the well. And then you mentioned Tintagel, and I remembered the being that we liberated from inside the well when Mauta and I, like when we were there with a group of Hunas. So it was all connected. And yeah, when I was traveling home, I found myself at the Queen's terminal at Heathrow Airport, a terminal and an airport that I traveled loads of times together with Mauta. And for me, traveling home, I mean, there were many moments where I was really dearly, infinitely missing his presence, like his physical presence. But there was really the feeling of he's just walking right behind me. It was like, why can't I see you, right? And I was missing him so much. I was getting a coffee, and there was this lovely gentleman, and I started chatting with him, and he's like, where are you traveling to? I'm like, yeah, I'm just going home. I'm from Germany. And I'm asking him, where are you from? He's like, I'm from New Zealand. And I'm like, whoa, my belated partner was from New Zealand as well. And he's like, where was he from? And I'm like, Tauranga. And he's like, oh, I know a lot of people. I do a lot of work in Tauranga. Which iwi is he from? And so I described him. He's like, yeah, I know. I do a lot of work with these. And I was like, this is not a coincidence. So I sit back down and I just message my sister. I call my sister actually, wanting to chat with my nephew. And I'm like, just in the muki, right? Wanting to feel some family. And she's like, hey. And she's like, did you receive the message that I sent you on Wednesday? And I'm like, no. And she's like, I know you didn't see it. I found the song. And I'm like, you didn't. And she's like, yes, it came to me in the 5 rhythm wave. It was just there all of a sudden. So this goes back to January again, Mauta passing. And there was a moment, like I continued to have this song stuck in my ear and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I could only describe to people like, yeah, the bridge is like, or you know, the hook is like, and then you walk on water, and then you walk on water. This was the only thing that I could remember. But I could remember that Mauta was listening to this song on repeat when we were doing our first dog tunnel mission. So I was asking everybody, like, do you remember this song? Nobody could remember it. And then all of a sudden, this song came in through my sister while she was dancing. And she sent it to me right away. And she said, like, I had to send it to you right away. And then I had to keep on dancing. But I did not open the message until that morning. And then she said, and you know what, how this song is called? Two Oceans. And I was like, really, this is not a coincidence that I'm opening this message, that I'm receiving this confirmation right now. And so I started listening to it on repeat, and I was just sobbing in the airport, like, because this was a song that I was yearning to hear, because it just is so dear to me, because it's connected to Mauta and I, and to the beginning of our joint mission, so to say. And there it was, and it was confirming everything. It was confirming the intention that we carry into all of the work that we did. And it was really like I could feel him just smiling down, just being happy, like just take this in. This was really the feeling. Just take all of this in. How incredible, right?
Thank you.
How incredible. And then also, Waharina, you know, when you shared that you were working with this key, it just reminded me again of the moment that happened yesterday, of when the Odin stone was placed in that egg in the Abbey. Yeah. Because when I saw that, I was like, I don't know if you added that in, Tamaki, if we can share the image. But I looked at that and I'm like, it's a key.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was like a key that was unlocking the energy within this ancient egg. And as you were just describing that, I'm like, this is somehow connected.
Absolutely.
Because I was looking at that and I'm like, they are coming now. Look
Yeah.
at this. I mean, this is like, you cannot make this stuff up.
No, this is when I saw this picture in the group. I was just laughing. I said to myself, yeah, we always are carrying the keys with us, and sometimes we don't see the keys, but they are there.
Yes.
And then we get the confirmations. Yeah.
It's so beautiful, and I'm so grateful that Dawn took the stone there yesterday. And you know, it was also not a surprise that we were supposed to share all of this today. And even, I mean, look at the spot right there at the top. It's like it fits so perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 1 month ago, right?
Yes, exactly. Full circle moment.
Exactly.
And this was on the day of Mary Magdalene as well. So that energy was also with us, right?
Absolutely. The whole time. Yeah, the distorted one and the pure one.
Yes. Yeah. So wow, this sharing is now at 4 hours and 25 seconds. This is huge. I wonder if anybody is going to watch the whole replay, but it's fine. I mean, we had it all out there, and it's there for everyone to receive all of these alignments and synchronicities. And maybe there's also confirmations and things in here for the ones listening to receive a deeper understanding of maybe something that they encountered as well. Maybe they can see how all of these things were coming together, because it really felt like a great zero moment, right? The work that we did at Stonehenge and then moving into Avery, there was really something shifting with that work that we did. And I'm so extremely proud of all of us that we showed up. And you know, in terms of the dark tunnel missions, usually you know that you're getting yourself into a dark tunnel mission, but this time around we had no clue. So of course we did not show up in the preparedness that we would usually do. You know, as you were sharing, Waharina, we need an upgrade. That upgrade we already received when we were doing the second dark tunnel mission with the casting of the Net of Maui. That's a totally different thing, and we will do this soon in our hometown. You know this already.
Yeah.
And so these things are going to be something that we will carry forward. But this was something that, yeah, I had no clue that we would be thrown into this. But I am grateful. And Huna Mawarika, you know, she already called this in, calling it the mother of all crackings. She retrieved the giant petrified mother, the Rongo Kako, and you retrieved the mother of all dragons. I mean, this is all not a coincidence.
No.
And I remember she reminded me of that in the sharing that she did, that I already said when we had the conversation back in January. And she was speaking about the Devil's Door in Puerto Rico. I'm like, this is a dark tunnel mission. You don't get yourself into that just like that. But then still she said, yeah, I know. You said I shouldn't go there by myself, but I feel like I need to go. So it was already, they were already hinting at this. But for some reason I felt after the call that we did, like she's gonna just do this part and she's not gonna do this part, but still it was of course connected. So yeah, I'm just so grateful that sorry?
All missions are always connected with each other. Although we have our intentions of focus for this specific moment, as well, all our missions and ceremonies are with us in this one moment. So And then as more we did then, or we do then the one mission, and we finish the one mission, we will be aware of the others which are already there for us, where we already started. Actually, we started already with the Dark Tunnel mission. Yeah,
It's very true. It's very true, because it's all one moment and everything is always connected, because it's the one and the many and the many and the one.
That's it.
Yeah. Just still, this moment was truly something deeply humbling as well, you know, and humbling in the way where everything worked out in such a divine way by us just doing the work in the way of the child, right? Doing the discovery, and showing up with true courage and determination. So yeah, as I've already said, I'm deeply grateful, and just in awe of everything that we've achieved already, and it's just ongoing.
Absolutely.
Yes. In this spirit, if Hikahima wants to share something, some last words, maybe. No. Thank you for sticking with us at this late hour. It's already after 1, so late. For me, but we will close this sharing now. Also expressing gratitude for everyone who was with us live today. Also seeing a beautiful Huna brother there, Huna Matako from the UK. I don't know if you remember, but we met one time at Burning Mask in Glastonbury. So beautiful to have your energy with us here. Yeah. Expressing gratitude for all of you who are watching. Thank you again, Kahatota, Kahatoma, Huna Manikai, Huna Kawamanato, Martin as well. Who else? Like everybody who was there with us. Also, thank you to my friend Ui, who did a beautiful retrieval of a picture for me. Beautiful friends that we made in Glastonbury, all of the beings, all of the people that we connected to. Infinite gratitude.
Yes.
Sending you so much wawa and infinite blessings from, I would say, our hearts to yours. Wawa nui, everyone, and see you again very soon. Wawa nui.
Mawanui.